Welcome in all you Valoranters. It's Championship Sunday here with VESL GG as we drop in to day 2 Electric Boogaloo of this Valorant Yearly Cup. I'm Helm Monkey Man in the booth alongside one of the greatest people that you will ever have the pleasure and privilege of ever hearing. It is Zephyr as we go into this mad matchup today. Championship Sunday with third place, first place, and all the places on the line. We got to see some action yesterday, Zephyr, but now we've dwindled our teams just down to 4. How are you feeling as we walk into some teams that just want to win today?
I'm feeling great. Obviously, this is a chance for everyone to come out on top here. If you've made it this far, you're going to have a chance at some level of prizing, whether it be in our third place matchup or, of course, our grand finals, both of which I will say are still best of 3s.
Yeah, best of 3s to be able to kind of really sort it all out. We had group stages to start things off on Friday after the best of 1s, and everyone got seeded into the bracket. The bracket went a little bit wild. We saw some big blowouts in the early quarterfinals, kind of expected, if you will, and seeds will be seeds, but semifinals were either tight or pretty loose. We got to see the latter end of that one going into our semifinal. The other one was a 2-1 banger, and ultimately we have our grand final matchup that will be at the end of this broadcast. But to start things off, it's a third place match, and today what they're playing for, third place, 150,000 silver coins spread across all the players, or 100,000 silver coins, and that's for the not work. Some cool prizes to include webcams, Xboxes, all the stuff that those students have really been grinding for. But this matchup in particular, it feels like we have a really strong team and a team that really needs to step up to the plate.
That's right. We'll be starting off today with Team Sentries and Team Goat. And the reason we bring up that kind of profile is the fact that Sentries have had very early outs coming into what is not only our group stages, but also making their way through the bracket. It was just yesterday that when we saw them match up, it was a 2-0 sweep. And when I say sweep, I mean an absolute cleanse here for the opposite side. It was double games. I think they only managed to pick up 2 or 3 rounds total here. In comparison, Team GOAT was the leader out of their initial pool coming out of groups, and while they did not make it up against the Steppas, they still were able to bring them to a 2-1 split there, and in their final match, were only 3 rounds away from walking into grand finals.
Yeah, and that one was made possible to get that far by a double overtime banger on Haven, which may be one of those maps that we get to see today. In fact, it's at the end of this BO3 if we go the distance, but we're going to the tried and true method of madness here for Valorant. We're going to be starting on Ascent. On defense is going to be Team GOAT, going pretty stock standard, really as meta and regular as you could be. And on the other end, a bit of a flex for this side of Sentries, seeing what they can try out. I see a Yoru and a Phoenix. Things could get odd.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something particularly different, Full Fountain being someone who has only dropped the Phoenix thus far in all of our matches. Vex, we've seen the flex over towards the phase a couple of times, and Vacant has been still on that kind of aggressive duelist-esque position, being the first and foremost figure to get into the action there on pickups like the Jet and the Raze. So I still think the strategies that they play around have not changed for them. It's just, if we're basing ourselves around a very obvious skill set where you're just trying to beat the best player next to you, it's going to be a tough challenge.
Yeah, it definitely will. And I kind of promoted odd because I think you have to flex away from the most readable offensive, especially with Sentries starting on that attacking half, to try and get away from this much more methodical kind of situation and composition that the GOATs of Team GOAT are bringing. You're going to have the shutdown sensibility out of the KO, especially with the knife, and finding some great intel, especially across both them and Sova, which is just so just pragmatic on this map off of the Owl drone and the recon dart. And Senor Worm, maybe we could take a page out of their book of plays, might help out with Sentries, but if there's anything that we saw from yesterday, they cannot allow mid to be stolen from them.
Well, ultimately, this is the round that sets the pace here, one that we've never seen the likes of Sentries grab onto here, so already a lot more respect I'm seeing from this roster, even if locations are revealed, and this will force inevitable rotations out on Ascent, you know, taking their time much more.
Give wins in separation alongside Full Fountain. They do it that 3-2 split, so you scan one out, They're gonna go ahead and drop that door and make it impossible to hide as Reverse Reaper will be kind of hanging out alone for the time being. You've seen kind of that idea to maybe hold on to Marketplace, but ultimately playing for life and playing pretty safe here for the Goats, allowing a little bit more of that space to be taken up.
Just barely footing on the interior here. It's rotations from the delay that has now led to this initial plant. Good Kunder under the other. Adolescence, though, picking up one off of the rotate. Make it two.
Adolescence with 2 and the third to just clean it all up. You get the teleport away off of the gate crash, but now Vacant is separated from everything. They throw down, but they get thrown away. And a third for Adolescence. They just kind of took over hell, and that was a highway to success.
I mean, it's just a shame because ultimately, you know, they make for the call to go for that aggressive push into A, and ultimately, without finding any picks to go alongside it, you just don't have the strength of taking a commanding presence on that point because the rundown can come through just as quickly here. So now we're going to see a very minor buy, if anything, from the Goats. Just a single Ares thus far. Everyone's still playing this out almost similar to a pistol round, the difference being the armor. And that's going to be absolutely huge. Nonetheless, we talk about damage differential, right? They still are going to be at a mad advantage coming into the round 2, but notice how much gold they'll have in their third.
Yeah, they're going to be kind of aiming to bump up some credits, have a very, very healthy buy into that third round. And, you know, off of that regular eco, did see at least a couple of key util pickups. Vacant here is actually going for their... They do have their one gate crash, then keep the Prowler to assist with some extra intel from their Vex on their Fade. So, seem to get any kind of information to be able to get to site. You throw the gate crash towards B, see if you can be able to get over there, but that's going to creep on by at least one that's already planted all the way and back in. So, if you use that, yep, you do. Els is able to find him. Vacant goes down early, and there's one down for this power play.
Little Gamer, by the way, very separated there, going to be picked off as a result. You get to see a bit of an advantage now on the weapon spread there between the Ares and Guardians thus far. Vex, last standing member, and with the Shadow on the other side. A bad peek here, could be a pickup, but even... Oh, there you go. Into the pistol, it's at least the one. Nice blind on the other side. A bit of a crouch, seals the deal for Adolescence, and sets the Goats up 2-up.
Unfortunate for him because they just picked up the Ares. They used that Prowler, and they were maybe just a step too far inside of the dark cover. Could have maybe come up with that 2K, but you know what? You exit with a frag on a round that you were not buying in the first place. So that's a plus. That's +1 to be able to at least get in the right direction. So only a couple kills, 5 for Adolescence so far. And if you're getting that much power, especially off of your KO, they're going to have that null command up a lot more often, and the shutdown capability against all abilities of Sentries is going to be much more hurtful for them, especially if they want to get fast.
Now, weaponry has been set up better in the hands of Sentries here off of the return for their gold. They find, first off, the drop on Reverse Reaper, and this is a good change, but Adolescence keeping it close and personal here, picking up one, a bit of the blind on the other side, means that it will be the end of Adolescence. Now, at least one up on the return here. Gotta be respectful of that Sheriff, though.
Quick pop shots, even to the body, kind of work out. Anime creeping along, oh boy. Shift down, and it ends up being just easy aim, and that's a nice cleanup by the Goats, and that's a bonus round completed with 3 standing. So even more creds to throw into the bank. Sentries, their entry was looking very good. They were able to kind of reverse off of the initial pick and off of the curveball. They laid Adolescence down, but they ultimately just couldn't hang on to sight.
I will say, though, in the push, though, into Adolescence, losing the one there and being pressured back, even for a delay of about 5 seconds, that's enough to force such a healthy rotation out of the Goats. And now that we see them kind of on this mixed buy, Ares, Odin, double Phantom on the Vandal, it's only going to get worse because now for the Sentries, they're playing eco catch-up, right, for at least a round or 2 here.
Definitely not my favorite condiment, but eco catch-up all the same. Sentries be looking for a way to get in, and you have full rifles and an Odin hanging out onto B. We all know about the Sova Odin combo, and that paranoia will be seen just off the corner of that wall. So you're seeing that they're calling over their own omen, at least to make this a 3-stack here towards A, with a dark cover going down at Archway to delay them. But it's a 3-2 separation. A lot of these decoy plays are being at least kind of respected. They're not immediately flexing too hard, and they're keeping someone anchored to B.
I will say they do set up Anime a little bit more towards that mid side for potential rotations to be caught, given that they're losing sight lines. You see that he doubled up in return, but now with Sentry giving away an LL with a couple of wall bangs there. This is already setting up the goats perfectly for the hunt.
Triple L's. You gotta have one more kill, and maybe that you can put that into chat, but now they're having a hot pop, and you do at least get a teleport, and so with that, you're gonna make the cross happen. Reverse Reaper caught on top of the box, and Give Win's gonna get aggressive, but the bomb is on the other side of the map. You don't have your From the Shadows to try and go retrieve it, which means they either save into this or simply gonna have to lose out for these fights. Full Fountain finds Anime though, and they've got 20 seconds. They can act very quickly.
This is really good though. I like to see them punishing just the survivability here right now, because ultimately it's going to make the difference between how powerful the goats look potentially on this next reset, given the fact that we didn't see full buys from the Sentry. So they're not going to be coming out on top of this one. This will be another round awarded to the goats, but even just one extra kill would make this a much better loss. A much better loss.
Hey, just a little bit better. You know what? You add it to the old win column there, and Give Wins gets to walk away with a slightly more expensive weapon. Odin a bit unwieldy, and Adolescence not a lot of respect on that high hill position by Full Fountain. They get flashed for flash after dropping the flash drive. So. Adolescence at 7, 2, and 3. They already got the null command online, and the opposite end of things, Full Fountain has the run it back, and I like that they're actually picking A. This is one of the more, I guess, valuable sites to go to if you actually employ that ultimate.
Oh, but look at that switch up. It is called out. Anime on the other side will go down here, but not before revealing this entire roster. Adolescent and the rest of the crew now playing this one a lot more heavy-handed. You could see that rotation. Like the back-end coverage, though, from LLL. Still maintaining middle to center for what could be a sneaky rotation.
Only bad thing about throwing the flash drive, you cannot confirm if anyone is nearby, so just kind of down checking from those Tetris boxes, and so down a player are the goats. They got one, but this is the thing too. You have to play behind this ultimate. They know at least someone was there to support. Adolescence shuts that down almost immediately. Not sure about throwing your weapon. That's fine, I guess. Dimensional Drift online. They are identifying that Adolescence is here over in tree. A bit of knifing from behind. Gonna get that flash off in the end. The robot will fall, but they're gonna be picked back up because of the null command. And Sentries, I like their attempt to be impactful off of two separate ultimates, but they took a step forward, but that was the only step they took.
Right, Reverse Reaper absolutely exploding that round, and I bring that up because we're only one particular point away from things like, my apologies, that Blade Storm being available for potential takes. The same can be said, though, on the other side. Vex, also potentially a single point there, a nice collection from being able to utilize a Nightfall. I don't know if we want to see Sentries save it for that potential round 7 or try to capitalize here. They definitely seem to be on the slower position, but, I mean, Reaper just getting so aggressive now with knives available. This should be clean up time.
Crispy taps out of Reverse Reaper, and they're going to quickly find them lurking all the way back as you get 1979 in the back line. So fully surrounded, rats in a cage. See if they can Wild West their way out of this, but Els is not going to allow. A little gamer on the other end of it. And Vex, well, again, it's another survival of the fittest of Fade versus the world, and I feel that. I, too, have sprayed my Ares and prayed that anything works out.
That's a big loss there, but ultimately it does allow them to recuperate into what is maybe potentially a stronger round 7. It was already a bit cheaper than expected. As a result here, just waiting for Give Wins to pick it up. Looking at complete Phantom Vandal Guardian. This could be something to capitalize, especially given the fact that From the Shadows, 1 away, 2 for the Lockdown as well, which could be huge. Lockdown is the big difference in terms of getting that momentum back online.
I want to see that Nightfall get employed, not immediately. I want to see if they can at least force a rotation away. They do actually have, they have Vacant trying to just kind of force this one out by Reverse Reaper, who's so confident they reset the knives, throwing every single one of them at Vacant until it just ends up with a dead Yoru at their feet. So now they just go hunting. Can't land the last one, so Reverse Reaper, they're going to have to run away for the moment.
Still, big up, and now they catch them out. Going to be the shock dart over the wall there, see for any free pickups, but in the end, casual push ahead here with a shock dart into the corner. It will inevitably not end up in a wipe. Anime with the intense flick over to the side there keeps it clean on the count.
Oh my goodness. You know, they threw that shock dart and it was eaten by, I believe it was Give Wins off in that corner. So they thought, okay, I'm just not gonna even look at this, not even swing into it. And as soon as you have a little ghosty boy up in your face having to deal with it, they just go, what? And just go swinging for the fences. So full fountain up into Bucky, a few Aries, and not exactly the buy that you would want, especially this deep into the first half, Zephyr. But, I mean, this is a strong GOAT squad. We knew that they had a tough Game 3 yesterday, looking like the much more in-control squad here.
Dang. And Reverse Reaper, no slow down as a result. Clear out information on A, already making for a quick push here on the other side. Finding it within the smoke, almost drops one down, sends the Owl drone in there. Unable to get a bit of the dart off, but in the end, they are now closing in aggressively.
I've never seen a Sova pounce with their Owl drone like they're a Falconeer. Just literally chucking it. You do have Anime now, trapping them off the corner. They make it another one. They will. A third.
Oh.
A fourth to add to the total. Living like an anime protagonist with the way they were just attacking with all that lightning.
It's not something you would expect usually out of a Sova, like you said, pouncing upon their prey, but it sets themselves up. And the thing is, this is the best round you could ask for Sentries now. It's a stronger buy. Give Wins probably only going to be the weakest member there, but things like the From the Shadows, the lockdown here, alongside, the likes of having, my apologies, that Nightfall as well. You just got to make it happen at this point. You have all the tools available.
Bring them down.
Lockdown should be used to open up sight. And that's what's going to happen. Do it a little bit further than I like, but that's about as standard as you're gonna get, and yet Els will stand their ground. Killjoy knows what Killjoys do. Reverse Reaper, and everyone just getting cleaned up. They don't even get to enjoy an open sight. 1979 finds Vacant from behind, and that's the first 9 to the GOATs.
I didn't see the location of how deep that lockdown went because it happened so quickly there, but just the pacing that went alongside it, it left me confused. You play for a slow push off the lockdown, you have to respect the fact that you're likely not going to be seeing as quick of a move as, what was followed through there alongside it. So, taking advantage at least of one resource, like I said, still having some of their major tools online, but now defensive positioning. It has been just gun skill difference, but you have to bring up the fact that you have one of the best tools now for point retake and control of area lockdown on the GOATs.
Yeah, especially on if they try for B. A is a little bit sketch because you have to deal with so many wall bangs. Oh boy, Reverse Reaper literally just looking at fish in a barrel. They do come away with a stab of 1 and then get traded by Vex. So you get rid of a power player, but there's still so many out there. Oh boy, they're getting sandwiched on either side. And Adolescence, small, tiny step back. They get flashed. Then they get taken by Vacant as a weapon to pick up.
Like I said, Anime from behind here, likely to pick up Give Wins, not covering that angle. Knife, as a result, 1979 stepping up from height here is clearing that next rotation. It's left up to Vacant with the switch on that dimensional drift is quickly spotted out for the 10th pickup, double digits, 2 away from a perfect first half.
Shout out to the Observer that got us that in real time, by the way. That was a perfect shot. Seeing the dimensional drift as Vacant was hopping up onto Heaven, and then 1979 in front of that Ginny. Oh.
No way I got knifed like that. I love that.
Yeah,
I love Give Wins. Always keeping it real in the chat. Even when he's 1-9.
Yeah, they've got some fun attitude. They know that this has been a little scuffed for them, and, a 10-0 speaks in odes to that. Sentries, they've got the running back. They got a Nightfall. I would think you got to get a little bit counter-aggressive, and they do as they receive a defense that tries to steal some space.
This is as even as it gets here with the blind on the other side. Reverse Reaper just barely dashes out of dodge. Blind again there with the peek on the other end. Vacant with the pickup of 2. It is left up to 1979 to hold this one out here, and it is possible. It was 1979 that made it happen last time around.
Paranoia goes out. That's going to at least slow them down. They have another dark cover to go, and they can TP into some of these positions, looking for a wall bang.
So light.
They know they're omnipresent, and they know they can heal themselves. They're going to have the run it back to get themselves back up to full HP, and that's going to be enough.
Woo!
A round goes to Sentries as they just take advantage of a bit of too much aggression out of the GOATs.
Too much aggression. The last round of the half here. We look at what's available. Reverse Reaper, one away from ulti there. LL with the lockdown still on the opposite side. No one's getting their ultimates. It's just going to be Vex and Give Wins standing on themselves. Final full buys. And, I mean, the last opportunity to at least walk out of this one with a double dose and maybe some more time on the switch to defense.
I am not one to drink the Kool-Aid, but I'm also a believer that if you can get this one, hit a pistol, you're looking at the possibility of a 10-4 good buddy going into the second half. But Sentries, you gotta make me a believer. You already get one scanned out, as the angles that we've found off of anime with this Sova have been pretty decent. But look at the separation. You have 3 deep into main for A, and then you have 1 kind of waiting for that mid-lurk position that has been really indicative of success here for the Ghosts to split everyone up on Sentries. But you have Give Wins, complete opposite side of the map, and then just stuck trying to dash away as Reaper.
Another example of punishing that extra aggression there, getting into this deep position where you are at a major advantage. Vacant, unable to secure what is that peak, and now with the pullback there, finds a bit of extra damage. That's going to make it a little bit easier to find pressure on Anime here, but you always have to respect these peaks. Meanwhile, deep pushes by Give Wins, by the way. Likely to cat it out, but you're not going to beat a Vandal. Not a judge in the crosshair.
Spike down mid.
So this has been a tricky battlefield to maneuver. Vacant turning into a 1v1 was the hero last time that helped him out. So Adolescents, they started hot in this game. They get a big flash, nothing to confirm. They know they're across the way. It just comes down to gun skill, on Adolescents pins them to the wall. No doubts, as we have ones across the scoreboard.
Switching sides.
Well, ultimately now, sitting into our pistol round, we are 2 away from the GOATs leading 1 up into our 3rd place matchup. And like you said, I mean, it's practically guaranteed to be a win here if the GOATs come out on top of the pistol. So it could be probably the most intense round of the Sentries' lives.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, it's going to be force-up buys no matter what you're doing. If you win, you obviously buy with advantage. If you lose, you're force. So they're going to be chasing the wallet to have to deal with that economic impact of the GOATs. And GOATs can sit pretty, but they also got to finish the job. Sentries, or Killjoy in a regular space, got to see how they can receive this A, and I don't want to see Vex not playing for life. They get at least some vision onto everyone at A.
Already making the move deep into point. Reverse Reaper looking for that initial take against Vex there. Hasn't slowed down and won't anytime soon. Vacant down and around the corner there. Looks for a little full fountain. Finds it before a little gamer inevitably gets this response there. In the end, it is now a 2v4 situation.
They're gonna find Give Wins on the opposite end as well. No, Paranoia, and that will tag at least 2. Els is gonna have that hot shot out of the Sheriff. See if they can get it, but a nice bit of timing as 2 dark cover balls do go down. It becomes a 2v2. Even with all the pressure and all the space stolen by the GOATs, it's an even venture.
Last player standing.
Ooh. 2v1 situation. This heavy push here inevitably is push. Give Wins baits out the pick, but doesn't pull off the clutch there. Peak on the end leads to 1979, picking up that pistol round. But I will say, in terms of the survivability, everyone practically is on the reset. I know it's a little bit of extra economy to play here, but it is going to be forced buys across the board.
Yeah, Stingers plus Light Shields is probably going to be the name of the game for Sentries, if not Bucky's or something else with memes behind it. And you also have a 4 stack with 1, so they're going for the gamble for the most part, except for Vex, who's just having their own little, pity party on A side. The B rumble it will be here in the hall.
Bit of the fake out there. They don't fall for it. Instead, it actually is Vacant. Tries to pull that one off, instead ends up being caught out nonetheless. You gotta attempt it with the peak on LLL. Now it's the full assault to push, even with the grenades there. It is only the pickup of 1. Give Wins with a little bit of cover around the edge here. I mean, the attention is just taut.
Yeah, 15 HP and a Bucky. And And then you have, well, a very hurt Fade as Vex sees themselves get hurt, and they're going to use that Prowler to try and clear out this corner, trying to just finish off map 1, doing it in clinical fashion. 13-1, go the GOATs of Team GOAT, as now they go to match point here in our 3rd place match for the VESL Yearly Cup. And, you know, I liked the early rounds of this matchup here, Zephyr. It felt like there was just a lot of value being brought initially, but they ultimately couldn't ever truly trip up Team GOAT. They just never found a way to get over that hump. And then once we were at like that 7-0, 8-0 mark, it just kind of all got out of hand.
I mean, you put it into a really nice set of words when you said Team GOAT just have to wait. Ultimately, if they don't feel like they're in the perfect position, they're not pressured to make a hard decision. They have plenty of rounds to make mistakes there. And it also got just really bad as we saw going through that mid game. Team GOAT were allowed to underbuy, not spend their eco, come on top of rounds like that, and then on top of it, go into some of these next rounds being hyper aggressive. How many times did we see Reverse Reaper and Anime on these wild paths that should ultimately be punished when you are a solo making for exchanges, and instead they came up with massive rewards. As a result, that only pushed Team GOAT to get more and more fervorous, to the point that it did inevitably end up in them being a little too aggressive. But there were so many options, so many times that we should have seen Sentries take advantage, and they just weren't able to do so.
Yeah, it's about being able to receive when the pace has been stepped up, and the pace was always dictated by what Team GOAT wanted to do, and that could be exactly what happens to maybe turn this into a 2-0 sweep. We will find out after a short break. We'll be going to Bind, where the GOATs, well, let's see if they can all just goat about it. You guys stick with us. More of the VESL Yearly Cup. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome to the Varsity and Esports STEM League, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem-solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Not Work platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against other schools across the state, showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Clash and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics, rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, Notwork. Notwork is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the Notwork app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VESL Valorant Yearly Cup. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Zephyr, and you just got to witness map number 1 of our third place match that's going on today. There will be 2 matches happening today. And just before we head to map number 2, remember we have even more events happening for the VESL Yearly Cup that can get your school, your students some points into some big prizes. Coming up this 2 weekends from now, November 8th through 10th, is some Fall Guys. So if you like to platform and if you like to jump on things, well, that's pretty much what it is. So get into that one, get some points, and maybe get a chance at some of those silver and gold coins. And then Brawlhalla, another weekend thereafter, November 15th and 17th. And yours truly, not me, him, Zephyr, is going to be one of the voices that will be guiding you along the way for some awesome events. But for right now, we go back into our third place match, a dominant 13-1 on Ascent. We're going to shift gears and possibly teleport around as we're heading to Bind.
Yeah, I like that you use the word witness, because ultimately that is the only way we can describe a viewer seeing an absolute onslaught there. It is now a single opportunity here for the likes of Team GOAT and Sentries, for Sentries especially, to fix themselves. I mean, in the end, picking up 2 rounds at the cost of what was absurd aggression from Team GOAT is not a sign of life, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, this has to be a much more measured impact, and I feel like the first few rounds, maybe it goaded me into a false sense of security that sentries were going to be able to keep up with the pace of play of Team GOAT, because I was thinking, oh, this is pretty close, but it was a very methodical approach before they ramped it up entirely. Onto the attack, they're going to have sentries bringing themselves into kind of a similar foray. They have Lil Gamer walking into a slightly nerfed Gecko, and then your main Sentinel is going to be off that deadlock. They better be covering their butts before they try to leap onto site. And oh boy, are we going to go for another 5-peat of duelists.
Yeah, already extremely aggressive here on this side of things. Notably, we are seeing a slight switch up. That is Red Death instead of Reverse Reaper. Not quite sure if that is literally a different player or if we are seeing a fellow member make a change here. We'll have to confirm from behind the scenes.
Let's see. I think, you know what? Using that handy dandy notebook, that is another player entirely. So they come out of Pine Forest, and I believe Reverse Reaper was from Filippo Berry. So a couple squads, and so they have a different sub to kind of walk in with. And I guess why not? Red Death will be playing as the dad to have to deal with this gangly group of feisty youngsters that have all otherwise decided to go with duelists.
Well, ultimately, it is a change, though. And remember, last time around, it was Reverse Reaper on this jet that was an absolute threat here, and it's the reason why we see that switch over. LLL now taking that one into position. Curious to see how that looks in their hands.
Love that sword, though. It's one of my favorite of all the knives that you can get. Also, banana. That's, you know what? Our producer has been saying banana instead of 1 for counting down for us. I'm just going to expose him right now. So this is it. This is the entire thing.
Well,
low poly banana.
I'll tell you what, it is like the best way to be introduced to a stream. You have someone scream in your ear, go bananas, or have bananas, or eat bananas, or something bananas. And you know what?
Yeah.
That gets me gassed.
Potassium does that to me as well. We go to round number 1 and see if these early duels, well, Vacant hits the floor early, and L's just coming out, putting 2 on the floor already with Spike available.
Well, it's already no different in terms of our pistol round. This time it is just maybe a little bit too easy. Give wins and the likes here a full fountain. Going to be trying to pick up some kind of return, but with such a heavy rotation to A side, it is instead Anime who finds himself cut down in pieces. And I feel like it is every time we are chatting about Give wins as this hide-and-seek maestro.
Yeah, they are one of the lone survivors for the most part. They're going to be going against Red Death as well, unless they're going to be playing their game. This may end up being a knife situation if they do not check this corner. I think Red Death, with timing, may be able to find it. Oh, just behind, but they get caught by Adolescence, who is stomping the boots a little too heavy. So they turn around, and it won't be flawless, but it will be a dominant opening by the Goats.
Well, this time around, I'm curious to see what their buy is, because remember, it was last time that they were pretty respectful, notably still staying relatively set up on some of those pistols there. Not a huge chunk of investment outside of a single stinger and mostly the heavy armor. It's still a big advantage, but I like to see them playing it, I mean, within their means. They know they can pull off this round 2 with the limited spending, and that could be big.
With the way that we have this composition, I know it's kind of a meme pick. You have 4 duelists, you got the 1 Cypher, but having that Cypher actually is kind of reassuring a backline that otherwise could be very exposed if you do not have the allowance for anti-lurk. And they are actually going to be deep into it. Using that Bucky, should be able to at least pick up that weapon off of the trade as Red Death goes skeet shooting. A little gamer, though. Oh my goodness, Anime turning them into red mist.
In the end there, hopping the corner, doesn't reveal himself there. Now bouncing off a blind, finds it on himself. But in the end, the rest of the roster are more than happy to extend over. And it is just the cost of Red Death there in the trade. Now looking at what might be this 3rd round setup, it's going to likely be the big buys here coming out from the Sentries in their best chance yet. We do still, though, see the double Vandal pick up there on LL and Adolescence. could be big.
Should be able to have kind of not quite a hero rifle, but just an exchange of power LL and adolescence. You have a 4-stack that's going to be happening on B. They are definitely reading a hookah rush if that's going to be happening, and Full Fountain just will not immediately stay for that kind of duel. Instead, there's going to be vulnerability put out. LL rather is going to be getting vacant to the floor, and that first pick really has been kind of the pattern here so far for the first few rounds. And Sentries, oh wow, they're gonna pop this one over. Can't quite cannon shot that boombot.
Could have been some extra damage there, and in the end just results in a trade. Meanwhile, this deep rotation from 1979 on the back line is so big that it comes up with 2 here. Now, Full Fountain and the likes of a little gamer stuck in the corner here, and the pincers of the GOATs ever so slowly closing in. Anime with that nice blind around the edge sends the spike to the ground, leaving prints upon the sand.
Got spike.
They hear the stomping at Full Fountain. There's another curveball ready to go. They throw out the hot hands thinking that maybe they teleported through, and that was just enough of a mind game for Anime to turn it to their favorite episode. And it's the one where Full Fountain dies. So 6-1 goes the way of Anime. They already have the Dimensional Drift online for big use, and
wow,
everyone promoting the right direction. I love that cat spray, by the way. That's part of the Halloween pack. It's one of my favorite.
That's what that makes me say. Adolescence and Red Death, by the way. Come on, guys.
Why not?
Come on. Come on.
Come on. It's perfect. You get it off of a tripwire, and you know, Bob's your uncle.
All right. We'll see how it ends up here. Anime already pushing on their side. The fake out, not really any kind of relevance given the fact that this is a hard showers push. A pickup there ends up in, well, just a bit closer to that run impact. Notably, Dimensional Drift available for Anime.
Got the tripwire to have to deal with from beyond that cage, but Wingman is going to be putting that one down. Oh, just before it gets planted. Now they're separated from Spike. You do have the Dimensional Drift to at least see where everyone's hanging out at. The GOATs are letting themselves drop, and this is a Bucky battle. No, the Judge comes up a little bit faster. You're going to have that shield invulnerability, seeing if they can TP out of it. They try to break through, and they bust one down. The GOATs will keep themselves perfect through 4.
This is what I mean, though, by the way. You gotta pay your respects there. The Bucky buys almost came back to bite him. In my personal opinion, the push into showers was not as clean as I would have liked. In the end, though, I did just spot that out. Seems like we are seeing something of a operator coming into play here in just a moment. That one will be in the hands of LLL. You can see them setting up for that A peak. Unlikely for it to really result in anything, given that we are looking towards that hookah rush again. But it does leave me worrisome, especially if we keep it quiet and it is a very successful take from the GOATs that doesn't reveal that option. It's going to set up round 6 to be a very, very tough time if we see potentially A rotates again.
I know that they have a timidity as well for sending kind of a 3-2 split. They really weren't when it came to Ascent on the attacking half for the Sentries, but so far here for Bind, it's been a funnel for wherever they want to go. They did it with Showers, they've done it with B Long, and it's because it looks like they are lending themselves to 4-1s. If they're going to combine, especially now that this running back is online, they could use that to enter and at minimum clear hookah, and then at least combine along with that to get some pushing pressure power, and that would allow them to have at least a viewpoint to be. I think they can truly weaponize that, but I don't want them to just put all their eggs in a single basket, though these wonderful animals look adorable in their baskets.
That's true. Stuffed to the brim, some would say. I would say looking a little bit worse for wear. In the end, the bomb buddy. That'll be the choice of action for who could play here. Anime clearly hearing that on the other side. And meanwhile, finally, 979 already setting this one up for the... it's already over. What am I... Why do I even cast? It's already over.
We didn't even know what the rest of it was. We just got to see what was happening in the kill contract dimension. Full Fountain Fountains 2. It's not over yet. It's a 1v2. They do have the spike and vulnerability rather coming through, and that's gonna be enough to trap them at the doorway. You know, you never realize how fast things are gonna happen when you only get to see the one ult fight and everything else just explodes on B Long.
It's like you're alone in the throne room, and the outside you just hear the absolute slaughter occurring in the end. It comes up just a bit short there. The run it back, not even utilized from the Shadows now online, but in turn, another hyper-aggressive tool set on LLL, having the likes of, my apologies, that Blade Storm available.
You know, I never wish to be the king that has to hear the guy say, "Seal the throne room!" That would be a scary time. Hey, blind? No, we do not go over to the gate crash. Oh, they're just jumping straight into it. Standing still! Oh, the strats by Anime! Can they get the ace? Give wins is across the map, and they actually go and get the spike. A plant will come through.
All right, well,
Spike
a
planted.
plant is a plant. One that we'll have to see if it takes root in flowers here in the end. Playing for Hookah, a rush into smoke will result in the death of LL, but gives just about everything away. Caught with the fake out there, following through off the teleport, leads to an ace for the likes of Anime.
Anime employing the most intimidating strat that could ever be seen, and it's not. It's not in the face of their enemies.
Eat the dirt, his team says. Eat the dirt. You know they're having too much fun at this point. That's the reality. Dancing on top of B.
That's what you get for your ace. A rocket to the face. Oh. Well, 6-0 for the goats.
It's so funny too because these are big tools to be utilized. Instead, it's just as aggressive as you could imagine. Now LLL, this is the type of punishment we saw against Reverse Reaper last time around, that you have to play it out. And Thrash straight through, misses out there. Oh, come on, it was the perfect setup for the corner, and in the end leads to successes nonetheless. A showstopper to be pulled out leads to nothing in the end. A complete setup for victory. 3 for Adolescents, 2 for 1979. And even when they feel like they're playing around, they're still just as clean.
They sent Adolescents out to just go see where everyone was. Well, they saw where they all were, and it was just short A. And then a pixel too far to the left was Red Death, not realizing that they could just employ the anime process and go and stand in front of them. Doesn't matter what happens, just dead center, stand, deliver, and just be intimidating. 7-0. That cat, did that cat just drop off the building? Wait, that thing just
Rest in peace.
Screamed.
Rest in peace. Not much to be said there. Dimensional drift from Anime, calling everything out. Bit of the fake on the other side to the double blind. That's not going to lead to much of a catch there. Instead, blinded in turn. Finds at least 2, though, even with but the gummy to deal with.
Melted gummy bear all over the face. Tough thing to get out of the hair. Yet Anime makes it look like it's just part of their regular career. Give wins, hoping to just run away with full fountain and spike and pray that they can get to a site, but they're about to face into a 2v1 in Hookah. They can't decide where to go. A fully shielded up ISO, and not knowing where they have to teleport to. They're fighting a front on every single side. Give wins and full fountain actually find 2 kills.
Set up there, full fountain now with the blind out of the smoke for a nice peek there onto 1979. The run it back going to come costly in the end. It is left up to Red Death Daddy on the field, the Cypher. His children have come out to play, and they have been getting a little rowdy. He's got to clean it up.
Rosa Muerte trying to just slowly skedaddle their way into Hookah. Gonna have the cam, and both should just be looking straight towards window. There should not be any other ideas here. Red Death has to deal with it. They're gonna chuck the hot hands, and now you've got the Moroccan spy being taken down. I love the excitement you always have when Sentries get at least that one round.
It's so good.
It warms my heart.
It's so good, and it honestly, in comparison to some of the rounds we have seen, it's earlier. I mean, the eco's looking better now. It feels a little bit healthy. You didn't really use anything for Sentries, but now you've awakened the goats. The goats are sitting there saying, "All right, guys, calm down. Having a little too much fun. You've just increased the difficulty setting."
I feel like they might actually try to make it even harder. Just turn off the monitors and play with a rollerball mouse. See what happens next. They immediately see some util getting dumped out. And, I mean, you have a teleport on the other side. Well, actually, one Yoru waiting in teleport, seeing if anyone will flex. There's really not been any, you know, kind of dishonesty on these pushes. Sentries have gone exactly where they've started.
Well, at least now Vacant with the one does come up in a return there, but Red Death not looking much better. Peek on this corner couldn't be perfect. In the end, Neural Theft, though, is going to make this a bit easier.
We're going to have that extra pain shell, see if anyone will go nearby. There's no one in lamps, however. As they do take out one, it's a 3v1. Sentry's hoping up to double up their total, but they are separated from Spike. And right around the corner is that Yoru. Should be able to find a couple, especially if they go for the plant off of the blind, but waiting too long for it to finally activate. Vacant will get a 4K, and Sentries have a realistic chance of turning this into a 7-5.
7-5, looking good there. Like I said, now you're a bit cut off in terms of your buy potential. Things to note, though, 1979, having that kill contract available can be very, very good if used at the right time, especially if you can split the difference on the end of the Sentries here. But I love this. I love the return for Sentries.
Trying to see if they can continue this momentum. Anime already going to set up that gate crash to try and get them back in order. It's a safe place to go, and already the flash is there, and just a wall bang fight, and it was won by Anime. Full shield, full health, unaffected by any bullets that went through any bit of that column. Holding on for dear life as the rest of the squad, and finally even... Anime's been good for 2. Nearly no matter what they do, no matter how crazy it is, they've always been able to find a couple before they fall.
A couple is something, but it is getting dicier, right? I mean, these aggressive plays, cutting out some of your best fraggers from potential, can lead to setups like this, where GiveWins is happy to even the playing field there. Adolescents unable to really get anything. It's another cost effect of being so forceful on these recoveries. And the thing to note is, you look at the other side, I mean, you've already utilized the kill contract. You don't have that available.
Use the vulnerability in the wall to go out. You gotta take advantage of using that util dump. They at least get one. Full fountain will fall. And that's one of their hardier maintaining agents, especially with the healing that can come through. 1979 is gonna clear out at least one. GiveWins holding on. It's the paranoia. Do they stick it? No. GiveWins will hang tight to this corner. They know they're in this elbow. Can they win this duel? Yes, you betcha. 1979 clears them out. And, well, 8-4, still a feature.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a 4, especially with the Sentries. Sure. This has not been a disgusting, damning loss in comparison to what we've seen from them. It's still an incredibly difficult path ahead here, but, I mean, still, looking better. Showstopper, notably online, as well as, I mean, at least the Annihilation. I mean, given how aggressive we see the GOATs get, the Annihilation actually could be huge.
GiveWins does not like the classic.
It is blue, and blue is the color of defeat. There has been studies that show this.
Huh. I didn't know that. Okay. That makes sense for some of our Air Force.
Fun fact, if you get placed on red or blue side in certain games, it actually has impacts on how well you win. There's a small but slight percentage advantage. Wow. Okay. That's funny. As good as it gets, bro. Nice. Tiny bunny hops.
This is ultimate movement strats.
The corner nade, dope. The showstopper, little improvement, little improvement.
That's actually the first time I've seen that mesh wall deployed. I had forgotten they had a deadlock on this team. Triple L's, nice swing. Anime and them will combine to clear 2. An operator in the hands of 1. I also had wondered why GiveWins picked it up. L's finds 4 in answer.
Oh, no.
Oh, and now you got an operator.
Oh, no. You've just, I mean, at least it's the last round of defense on Bind. Bind with an operator is absolutely toxic, in my personal opinion. But now set up for the final moments here. Full buys. Forced whether they like it or not. Dimensional Drift for Anime again can come up big on top of that. LLL having that Blade Storm. two incredible tools. Still, like I say this, you know they're going to get aggressive. Sentries, they still have that annihilation available. It could be a perfect setup.
See if I can get that for post-plant. It's been so difficult to get to site. They've had more success, I'd say, in the latter 5 rounds or so to really kind of hold on to it. Vacant is playing buddy cop, I think. All right. Thrash is already going to get employed. Clear out Hookah immediately. And then they're at least going to be able to go and recover this, but they send their Jelly Belly with armor all the way beyond window. And now Adolescence has an off position. They get tagged by the Dizzy, but they're just tagging them with 50 cal bullets.
This is the problem. Like I said, the op on these angles can be just so good. Give wins at least with the one here, but it is always just the Give wins story. Odin in hand, gonna tank a bit of the splash damage and instead takes it too much. Adolescence with 3 and now 10-2. Something we saw deja vu in our game 1.
So we flip halves, and I want to see Deadlock be impactful because Vex, they were playing on their fade before when it came to Ascent, and I feel like they kind of all but disappeared going into the second map. It is tough to play Senti into Bind unless you're expecting a lot of flanks, which a time or two has happened by the Goats, but now with them able to just rush in, you're going to have Red Death holding down that anti-lurk with those tripwire positions, as well as now corralling this deadly meatball force of 4 duelists that just can kind of enter at will.
Problems ahead, but it starts here in the pistol round. Like I've said so many times, this is your best chance.
Spike completely separated as they have, like, everyone else over onto Hookah. You're going to have... Oh, right around the corner. Not checking where Vex or Full Fountain are. 2 will fall immediately as Anime falls as well.
This is big. This is opportunities ahead here for the Goats. Now sitting even lower. Adolescence once again with a nade to pick up Vacant, but a nice peek on the other side. Keeps it clean here. Still 2v1, and there it is. A Defender's start. A champion win for the likes of the Sentries off of the switch here. And while I do think this is important, you still have to respect the Goats. Remember, they have shown us now 2, 3, 4 series in a row where they have a really, really nice time playing off of low eco on these thrifty rounds here and still coming out on top.
Yeah, they are unafraid of going kind of into the breach and into these difficult kind of trenches, just and ready to be heroes, just with a classic or otherwise. So, I saw in the chat, VESL trust, we got this. So you know what? My trust is being put in these guys. Give wins. You got a Bucky. Don't get waylaid and meleeed. See if you get this caught. Oh, they're trying to shoot out. Flash taking everyone that wants to jump into Give wins' way. The boombot coming out. 4 will fall for the Goats, and Sentries have a chance to make it 4 for themselves.
Already into the teleporter there. Potential fake outs ahead. No one is set upon B side here. Unable to catch anybody off of the rotate. Caught with wire means we're going to see the full send here now from the likes of Sentries. 3 members through the teleporter now into Hookah. Should be able to peek this simultaneously and pick up the dub.
They can isolate this fight. They've got the funnel. 1, make it a second. Right around the turn, they know they're nearby. Oh, they can't land the buckshot. A second will fall. Who wants more? Well, Vacant from the top level. They didn't think they climbed up.
It's Vacant from the top rope. I like what you said. It's a funnel there, but you have to remember we're playing a 3D game. 10-4 here. It's a double pickup and a happy one at that. A couple losses, but now I worry for the eco. It's a situation that does lead a bit more favorable for Sentries this time. You can already see Phantom, Bullpup, Ares. These aren't small buys.
Yeah, no, these are all ins. This is kind of your major rifle round, like halfway, if you will, a diet version. So for the Sentries, this is their buy. Give wins all the way up into it. You're not gonna have anything extra for their next round. So 10-4. If we start seeing that 5th crest of this horizon here, Zephyr, I'm starting to become the slightest bit of a believer. Having to dodge out on the blind, Give wins. His body will flop into another dimension as it crosses into another space, and that clears some extra space here for the Goats.
So much space. over on the side. Vex, though, even with the take of Anime off of that teleport, is able to at least rein it in here. Now, the Ghost moving in aggressively. Fuse ahead here. Showstopper around the corner. Should be able to find this. Peeks to the other side. Misses, but in the turnaround towards Full Fountain, still pulls it off. A peek around the corner seals the deal against Vex, and it is up to Vacant.
Out of charge.
Vacant's done it before. Can they do it again? Quick ADS. Els goes jumping. Don't get caught on the cross as they try to make sure that no one's off onto that same archway. They know that they're out in B long as they try to escape. They can just spray through this, and Els is just dodging. Little left, little right, little scoot. And now it's a 1v3, and you have to go across the map.
A little bit more painful, and this is obviously the worst situation now. The Goat's going to be able to set up for defense here on this rotate. It will be a further placement from LL there in the backline, but still, you have to make for two incredibly successful peaks. And I mean, with the trap giving it away and a Bucky around the corner, I mean, yeah, I mean, you've got to be so careful playing even from heaven now.
Red Death in a cheeky corner position. The vulnerability going to come out. And you don't really have enough time to win 3 separate fights. You know that everyone is so close by. That CQC just spraying as they sashay left and right. And then Red Death with the most effective Bucky I've ever seen. Gets them from heaven. 11-4. The Goats will cut that success just down to the first 2 they found.
Now set up in their favor here. Just 2 away from victory for the likes of the Goats. You can see the big buys on both sides here. Red Death still more than happy to be playing with the Bucky in the end. Cypher
that knows what they like. That's what I like to see. They've been setting up tripwires, and they know that they are not the main feature. Everyone else of that wild and pesky quad of duelists has been doing the work, but they've also been able to guide them, especially with tripwires, giving some great information. Sentries have made this difficult, at least a couple of conceptualized times, and I do like the sonic sensor placements here for Vex on their deadlock. You can't rush into sight without getting stunned.
Well, pick up there for LLL. Still no big takes just yet on these ultimates. Vacant, though. Really nice cover on the edge. A showstopper around the other corner leads to a teleport out and away. Turns around, and they still find the likes of one. Give wins, meanwhile, on the other side there, playing for showers. LLL just dashing away. Little gamer pinning on the other side. You have to peek at the same time there if you're going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, there's got to be some timing that gets called out. Comm's got to be live and loud. Vacant. Oh, don't give them the peekers advantage. In fact, that you're able to just douse it down. 3K. Oh,
there we go.
Vacant, who comes up huge.
I mean, you're competing against a landslide here, an absolute torrent of a storm. You still have 2 over on the other side. Vacant. It's a quick question. Are you Zekin? The answer, yes.
Honest to the end. So, I heard they're also friends with Tens. You know what? I'm a fan. It says Reverse Reaper. So, even when not playing, Reverse Reaper impactful. I love my fans. All right. I love to see players that have not just the attitude to play right, but also the fun. Yeah, like this is good.
That's my whole thing, you know, ultimately you're not just doing this because you love competing, but because it's supposed to be a good time. I don't know if this will be a good time here. Give wins with a bit of a peek, comes out on top, but in the end will likely be targeted right there off the return. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but could have been better.
Tough position to be in if you're found in the kill contract. A bit of chip damage will be found here, but the salsa is still dippable for Vex. Anime is very deep, ready for the rotation, nearly missing the first. Oh, but they get caught in a trade as a little gamer who's been somewhat quiet. Look at this position you actually have up with the Cypher. They are just hanging out in hookah while all this noise is being made by the Goats on A.
Woo! Little gamer, good peeks there. LL doesn't usually lose those on the other side, though. Adolescence wins. Red Death now forced to make the bigger rotates. Remember, on the setup with that spike. Once again, left up to Vacant. Oh, a nade throwed out just at the wrong time. Still, though, allows for a big success on that next peak. Adolescence coming up on the other side. And now we are 1 round away from the Goats being awarded that 3rd place position in our VESL one-off.
a whole treasure chest of silver coins and a heftier split set up for the winner of this, and it's looking like it's in the hands of the GOATs. Not a great buy situation, a Bucky and some Bulldogs. You do have some ultimates to be able to get some, not just information, but also some domination. You have a chance to get that Thrash online. You have the run it back and the Annihilation to give Sentries an opportunity for not just retake, but maybe stopping aggression at the door. But look at how you have this split, a 4-1. They're going to try and get this on B.
Remember, Annihilation, run it back from the shadows. Big tools and LLL already with that knife reset there. Looking for the pressure on B. This is going to open the door. It's going to be a retake in what could be Sentry's final round. Full Fountain with one dimensional drift on the other side. They're playing so respectful. Little gamer, turn around! Turn around!
Oh, they got him coming out. Full Fountain renders anime lifeless. A 4v2. Plant already done. 1979 has been huge before. They catch the TP on Give Wins. Red Death with a Bucky. 3 suddenly fall. It's a man advantage, and it's a 1v1. You basically have a second life if you're a Full Fountain. You can be able to find this. Oh, he's caught in the corner, but he's able to get it done. 4K, and that one could have been rough. As soon as they did the run it back, if that Bucky shot had landed, they would have been dead as a doornail on the follow-up.
And just enough time to, even on that run it back, you have to respect the reset there. It could have been very, very bad if at the wrong time. Not just on the competitive side of going for the 1v1, but also on the spike reset there. Now, 6 up against 12, and it still has to be perfect, Monkey Man.
Oh, it's got to be even more than perfect because there's so many extra lives here for the GOATs, and I also was worried even after they survived the initial Bucky shot for them to just get out of the run it back and then back to the defuse. So they bought heavily into the previous round. You're going to see a judge now for Give Wins, and you still have 2 big ultimates, Thrash and the Annihilation, that could be pretty impactful here. But Give Wins, they've got that judge. They get rid of at minimum Red Death, but that's not been a major impact player as they look to still funnel down here short A.
I want to point out they are pointing out the difference. 20K versus 30K silver coins on the line here. And you heard it from Sentries. They need it. Sadly, they're going to need it a little bit more coming off of this round. Notably, Thrash is available and it might need to come out.
We can buy a $3 gift card.
It's worth more than that. It is, I can confirm. The coins are worth more than $3 and $2.
That's true. Like $5.
That's true.
That's still more.
Surprising.
The numbers.
More than that. More than that.
Yeah, just even more than those. I know. Yeah. Thank you. Oh my gosh! Blinding everyone. Kill contract comes out. Who did it take?
Bacon on the other side. Sadly, even in these clutch moments, it isn't the big wins. And from around the corner, it allows 1979 to reset. Going to be spotted out from a little gamer there, even if it comes at the cost of lives. On the other side, they need to pull this off quickly because there's only a couple seconds between you and the spike, and more importantly, the GOATs and victory.
Congratulations to the GOATs, as Team GOAT will be taking 3rd place in a hefty sack of change, 150,000 silver coins for the squad, as Anime and Company came up big and bad. And 4th place, not to be at all lesser, as they come up with, I think, what, 100,000 silver coins? And so the gang out of the Sentries will take 4th place here for our VESL Valorant Yearly Cup. And, I mean, obviously, we had the 4 duelists, Red Death changing in for Reverse Reaper, but this was a squad that just felt like they were confident the entire time. They had a very tough semifinal, dropped into a 3rd place match, and you knew that they were, at minimum, one of those top 3 teams in this entire tournament.
You know, in the end, it was still a fantastic situation for the likes of Team GOAT. They got to show off how powerful they are, and while they're not in the finals, they had some incredibly close matchups that could have been the difference between them and the Steppas. So a phenomenal return, even if it did come at the exchange of Sentries, finally looking like they had some momentum here. Yesterday's semifinals did not leave a lot of hope, and even in their final moments of game 2, it felt like such a competitive series, and I hope we get to see them again, because this is their first time really playing into the Valorant side of things here at VESL, and with the future opportunities that lay ahead, I would love to see them make a return.
Definitely, because they were kind of a mishmash of multiple different schools and students put together. So love seeing that full mix-up as well. So great talent showcase between these two squads. But our third place match is now done. I hope you brought your big dancing shoes, because we're going to the grand finals and we're gonna be stepping. It's gonna be big steppers versus D-block steppers. You don't want to miss it. More of the VESL Valorant Yearly Cup is back right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track. 3, 2, 1, launch! Oh man, the racing. Let's go.
It's amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming PC.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with on the field. No. Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the Falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over!
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200. This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey!
Welcome back, everyone. It's the moment you've been waiting for, here with the Valorant VESL Yearly Cup. Again, I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Zephyr, and we're getting into our grand finals, our top two teams that were able to make it to the top of the rock, but only one squad gets to stand above all others, and we're going to be stepping up to the plate to see who will be taking it, and it's a kind of a rollback as two big teams from state championships earlier this year will be in this grand final.
That's right. Big Steppas versus D Block Steppas have met up here in the finals for the chance at the first place victory here in our VESL Esports Cup. And I'll tell you what, it has been an absolute onslaught from both of these teams, deleting the rest of this competition. Only the likes of Big Steppas in semifinals facing a singular drop against Team Goats. The rest of it has been roughly perfection outside of the group stage.
Yeah, they faced a kind of an ease into the quarterfinals with that 2-0 they were able to get, and then it was all rocky roads as they had to go through a double eliminate, or rather a double OT that they ended up losing out on their mid map, but then ultimately took it 10-13 over Team Goat, who you got to just see take third place. So now with Big Steppas and D Block Steppas stepping up to it, we have our final looks into first and second place draws, as well as 350 coins and 150 coins respectively for first and second, along with 150k and 100k silver coins. It's a big old treasure chest of coins. Someone's got to go and grab it, and we have our 3 maps ready to go for it as well. And we're going to be starting off on one of the maps that just came back into the pool. We did it yesterday with Pearl. Today it's going to be Split.
That's right. Starting off on Split here, notably it will be the Big Steppas on defense here. Notably, D Block going to be on the attacking side of things to kick things off for our first match of the day. And we'll talk about the other maps as they come through here, because I feel like leaving it more of a surprise is more fun.
Yeah, that's, you know what? We'll get there eventually. No matter what, you're going to get a second map here from us. Stay in best of 3 territory. And in case you're unfamiliar with both these Steppers and the D block, well, D block was the Ardrikel Knights that took second place. They did not face off with the Northwest Guilford Vikings, the big Steppers, in the semifinals of state championships, but they were just aside from them. So this is kind of the matchup that never was, and now we get to see it in real time.
That's right. Never got the chance to really face each other, and now in the perfect situation to claim the throne, especially without, the defending champs anywhere to be seen.
They're just kind of on the outskirts. So for the time being, now as we go into this, Bronny James, some impact players that were showcased yesterday, especially with Boosted and Ives, but Thigby and Darling were kind of the darlings of the show for Big Steppers at times, and they did that as well when it came to their semifinal match. Seeing a Neon by range brought onto this, it really kind of steps up with illness, as you get raises that are pretty much your mainstays in terms of duelists on the split. They want to go absolutely as fast as they can with those 2 duelists right there for the for D block.
Meanwhile, on the other side for Big Steppers, a lot of the same, right? I mean, Thigby back on that Viper has been a mainstay alongside Rockdud on that Omen. No differences there. Notably, the Raze, a pressuring entity from Darling, being that kind of also forefront of damage and success for the Big Steppers roster. So something to hopefully give them their momentum.
You do have Bronny James onto that Gecko, a little bit nerfed. You get about 5 seconds less to reacquire your gooey little gummy friends. And you get, it takes about a half second longer to get them once you're channeling it. So there's also a bit of accuracy that was added to Dizzy. So we're going to see if any of that Gecko play kind of gets snuffed out. Ives and Justin will be having a Spy v Spy mid game really going down, and I want to see if this controller situation out of Thigby and that Rock dude, and Thigby always staying on the Viper, want to be able to control site entry, and working with Justin on that Cypher, a very powerful position to be able to work with. Right.
I am curious. Notably, it has been pretty much a clean sweep for the likes of the D block Steppers, and even though they are in a lead in their overall sense of narrative here, they did just match up against the Sentries, which, to no fault against the Sentries, is not the best idea for us in terms of the strength of a roster, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel like I'd have to agree, because you kind of have the pedigree and the caliber that these 2 teams, as well as what we got to see for Team GOAT, obviously stood in the way of Big Steppers. So knowing that these 2, as they fought their way through, are going to be our top 2. We get kind of a full frontal of how they'll be defined. I think in our first about 7 or 8 rounds, we'll definitely have a good identification as to how this is playing. So as we work through, I guess SSDs and M.2s are out the way. We're on a full hard disk trying to load this up. Someone got their Walmart connection, and we're just waiting for Split to go into the lobby. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Well, we'll upgrade that hard disk sometime down the line. All right. We made it in. Cool. So look at composition only. Double duelist, double controller. It looks like both these teams are starting by playing into their strengths, especially from their starting half.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best setup you could potentially imagine for either one of these rosters, given what we have seen them here. And for the buy setup, it is pretty limited. It is going to be that pistol round. Split, though, I will say, probably one of these spicier maps in terms of separating what is objective retakes and takes for how you play this one out. A, obviously being a little bit harder in terms of the pressuring side, be a little bit more favor most times around here, but always a lot of opportunity. Going to point out very soft buys thus far from the likes of Big Steppers. Seems like in turn we might have a small disconnect that we're dealing with for just a second.
And as we look into the lovely eyes of a soulless turtle, there was actually some heavier buys for Big Steppers. They're trying to have all that firepower, and I'd say that Split is both big and small. There's kind of your verticality as well as just tight angle corners to navigate between sites. So needing some extra firepower to deal with individual pressure, especially because you have that necessity for so much extra personnel advantage, basically walking into any power play you want for either of these sites. But that's also where mid control out of market becomes such a big deal. And already you're gonna see the setup right now as we are in the middle of this tech pause. D-block Steppas, if they stick to this, I've often see it be that you put your Cypher, just see how much they can tend to test and just see if there's an early rotation from A. And then if you lose a man at garage from B, it often allows you to kind of just flex over through sewer and you can be able to just march an A for free.
Yeah. It is a setup that they could potentially play around there, and we'll jump back in as quick as we can. I love the Cypher on the pickup 4 split in particular. It's something that we actually got to see selected for both rosters here, and it's for good reason. It holds a really nice dominant chunk of A, and in terms of whether it be on the take or the defense side of that 4 specifically split, can be an ultimate pickup that really forces what we usually see being a lot of that mid-B pressure on this matchup. So it's a reason why it picks up in both regards.
Yeah, that's very true. And I feel like because they're going into that neon with the rays, there's gonna be a very heavy centricity about this composition going towards mailroom to try and take over heaven. That's what you generally do when it comes to split anyway. But because of the entry off of the stun bolts as well as the paint shells, it just makes it such a tough kind of util dump to deal with. You can't hard hold that corner, and that's gonna force space to open up. But you also, if you're going that quickly, have to deal with any of these players, especially off this defense from Big Steppas, not giving up that top mid position. So it's a composition that wants to go fast, but they got to be careful. I mean, I can say that about a lot of different things, but this one especially just feels like it wants to just W key and just get to sight.
All right, well, we are officially back into it. Full connection on slot here. Like we said, a bit of the separation for D-Block Tepper Sports A, mostly, though, full sends ahead for B. Notice the spike set aside for now. They'll be looking for picks, like you said, with that accelerated, at least, push potential.
Kind of move those around, and you know that the tripwire gets set up just beyond this box position. Have a nice permanent poison orb as well, so this is good just general util to know that they're at least testing mid. Poison orb will get used. They're going to try and use, at least burn some of that extra gas. Thigby, I mean, they're a one-trick pony, but this Viper often hits, and it's so tough to just uncement them from some of these target points I want to walk through.
No, the Thigby's been so good at being such a clearing presence in a lot of our games here, and this might be another example of that. Good cover from the smoke, the dash forward from range just shows the pace they're looking to play as they're trying to get into A height. You can see a step back already from D block. Big Steppas, my apologies, on the other side here, smoking themselves out and heading ahead here. Penta might be able to pick up a 1 on the cross.
Have that close proximity by Ives as they're not giving away their position just yet. Thigby gets them from the top rope, and Bronny James, do they clear out that corner? They do find them just after they TP in. Ives finds a couple, and finally they're cleared. Darling versus the world, looking for at least a hop step. They know that they're getting pressured from both ends, but it's just a little bit faster out of illness. Good execute by D-Block Steppas once they wanted to repave the way back to A.
Like I said so many times in many of these other games, the inability to pick up the picks there before the send makes it so difficult to retake, because just as hard as A is to at least assault upon, once you're there, can be such a tough corner to at least peek upon. And all right, 12 seconds go. Kind of a confusing setup here from Big Steppas. Very heavy presence towards A, covering from height alone on the other side here. Maybe a bit of a flex available for the likes of maybe that Rock did on this Omen if given the change. I mean, they're gonna find out pretty quickly here.
Illness. There's 2 Phantoms out here, by the way. There is 2 ARs already on the map in the hands of D-Block Steppas. Oh, quick pop and go, though, for Thigby. So they clear the lurking Cypher that will basically give the go-ahead for the Knights of D-Block to try and get out here onto Site B. That spike's still all the way back in market, but they've pretty much gone down in distance, and they're doing it with a judge.
Yeah, this is just the power difference here. I mean, you're not going to be able to at least eclipse that kind of separation. Bronny James now on the plant here. Thigby looking for that backside rotation, and you can just see the minute you don't hit off of just the single standard, I mean, you're done. You're done.
All right, so tripping them out the door and not many big buy-ups. Thigby, I think, went for the sheriff there. They should have at least a generally healthy eco going into this next round. I do like the idea. It's going to be pretty much the same talk screen setup every single time for Big Steppas and Thigby. That's kind of the global impact you get on these smoke screens, is denying at least deep space on Heaven and forcing you to have to go to ramp if you're D-block Steppas to have any like concrete entry here to A. But they're going to go a little bit quick. They still have a judge and they have a bonus round to try and complete.
Well, now sending it, like I said, just as quickly there. Thigby, though, always on that defensive side. That's going to at least slow things down for that push on the height. As you can see, Illness really stepping back there. Even still, though, Bronny James able to secure that plant on the Gecko side. Thigby off of that defensive rotation. Does come up with 2, but it's at the cost.
Boosta doesn't have the greatest long-range weapon. It's an even Stevens. Everyone the same save. Well, I guess there went one. Illness and Sky were the difference, but nice effectivity here. Boosted from behind a dark cover is not really too much they can do, especially from this ramp position. They're going to try and get some height and maybe look for an exit kill. They're going to improve the weapon that they've picked up at least as they go and find a Vandal, but the bonus round will be sent to null as Big Steppas find 4 and find their first round.
Really, really nice there. That's that kind of response that in the entirety of our casting these last 2 days, we've been really looking for, especially off of the eco switch. We'll see for Big Steppas what they can do maybe to carry that momentum on. Notably, it will be mostly heavy weaponry in select here. Bit of shield weakness on the other side, and Darling explicitly going to be set behind. You can tell that it's going to have to be some pretty heavy moves from Darling on the likes of this Raze, and I can imagine Garage might be a good catch on them.
Yeah, and if there's anything that we can trust from Darling is that they're pretty good at their movement tech. We get to see it a lot for their general Neon play, doing it off of Raze. If there's a little bit of setup, especially from Blast Packs. They're going to have off that Stinger, and they find one. The spike is down. A couple of big trades, range with a couple, and now still the man advantage, though, for D-Block.
But this peek on the other side of the corner there held really well by Rock Dude, not respecting the check on that side. Illness, even though they're low, was not able to pick up what could have been clean wipes there. Still, you have to respect what probably was going to be Heaven control there on the other side. In the end, it is D-Block Steppas that, well, of course, step up to the plate here. And this is going to once again set Big Steppas behind. They are able to make for some better buys there. I believe a Frenzy in the hand of Thigby is a question mark for me.
I could see them opting into...
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
That's what I was wondering about. Okay. They're probably because of the weakness of this buy that you do have 9 out of the 10 possible ARs, except for, you know, what's in there. That's exactly what I was going to see, where the Viper Pit was going to go down. They've taken away main entry to B, so that means that the pathway to B site is from this Heaven position. It doesn't cover any of actual site, so if they get through mailroom, this site, depending on the skirmishes, could be huge. They already get Justin out of the way.
It is 1 for 1, though, in return here. It's not complete clarity. Now, notably switching this one up. They can use that theft if they get close enough, but instead it's just going to be on to A. Showstopper into the Thrash. Could be big for covering here. Bronny James messing up on height. Could pull this one off as the Showstopper will be the what that clears the corner setup there. Rock Dude picked off as a result. Darling on the next push as well. And to be honest, Thigby, we've talked about defensive rotations. I mean, this got to be the best of yet here.
Gonna find maybe one weapon to go and pick up. They actually have a teammate that is nearby if they wanted to. They've got a Stinger to have to deal with. Illness on the staircase just outside of screens, and that should be quick cleanup. They take away half of their HP bar and all of their armor. They want that one wep, maybe to walk away with something from it, because there's an eco round on the other side of this. Couple of hurt players in general. Don't have high hopes for the hero moment, but Thigby's done crazier.
Yeah, I mean, checking off height there on the side will find Ives, which is a really, really nice pickup in an already losing round here. Fine. Just take it away, make it a little bit healthier on the eco side. Thigby, a very, very heavy presence in terms of the aggressive side of Big Steppas at time. Being on this Viper, though, you can see how that does come at its consequence, especially using things like that Viper's Pit. Very, very slow to the take in comparison to what we're used to from Thigby, and especially with that ultimate down, now going to be a little bit more of a threat.
I love the Truman Show POV we got of Thigby making their way downtown all the way to B side just to save into round number 6. But D-Block Steppers, this good old Ardrey Kell driven squad looking very strong, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Big Steppers, all seniors on their side for Northwest Guilford for the Vikings, and D-Block, all juniors. So a lot of value to bring to not just this year's Cup, but also total competitions, and something long-standing as well for D-Block Steppers. And going to this round number 6, this is most promptly going to be an eco situation for Big Steppers, considering they lost all their rifles and even forced into that Stinger. So this could be a bit of a snowball for D-Block.
And if I see the Overdrive or the Thrash come out here, it'd be a real shock given their advantage already, and that leads to an even stronger round 6 for D-Block Steppers, knowing that they have those utility tools available. Still, both Neural Thefts on the line, no one really picking those apart just yet here. You can see from the buyouts, you know, Triple Sheriff, you know, the Vandal that Thigby's able to reclaim off the back end of that last one. I mean, it's light. It's very, very light here, and I do not expect a lot of success. Darling, if they pick up the 1, could lead to a nice showstopper finish. I mean, that would be something to write home about, but heavy pressure towards B-side. They're gonna tease mid for a bit here.
Yeah, it's just kind of testing the waters. You don't even have the poison orb up in that direction because Thigby is going to employ it over here to A main, and they've really been kind of testing into that Cypher lurk that has been at least conditioning onto that A main position. So what value can you get out of this, both B garage as well as mid? Because it's been such an open and easy transition to rotate in mid. D-Block has really not had that land space stolen from them, and I feel like that maybe is going to be a fix action going into round 7, but right now it's all quiet on the western and eastern fronts.
Really taking their time as the spikes picked up there, still looking for pressure towards the other side. Something I will point out is the Rock Dude, much more present towards the placement of B a bit quicker this time around. That was something we saw lacking outside of these first 5 rounds here, and now opposite rotations from D-Block there. Most notably, it's going to be Yives trying to float that one forward, potentially through mid. Doesn't realize how clear it actually is.
Cover going down. Burst on the side at the 35 mark. You're going to have the Neon and Raze Illness right around the corner. They actually get him off of the paint shells, and that's a couple good as Thigby falls off of a trade. So you're down to 1 duelist, but you take off one of the most prominent players from the field. Illness, looking for another one. They're good for 4, and Ives very swiftly handing Darling a headshot. So it was all about burst, all about timing in that previous round, and Big Steppers, I mean, they pretty much had the read, but D-Block had the power.
Yeah, it's power difference. End of the day here, and in the full reset now in favor, you do have that showstopper from the Shadows available. So while from the Shadows, I'm not expecting to see really some heavy utilization there. Even that showstopper alone could really stop D-Block Steppers in their tracks here and potentially shift that momentum over. We'll have to wait and see. A pressure to believe out there. Nice blind over on the side there from Sky. Pushing across the wall, already up here.
Talk screen going to be up, so a little bit of decay. They're going to have that overdrive coming up, so you got to be ready for some electric fingers and range. Even if it's just a threat, they could let them burn through all of this if no one shows up to go and fight it. That creates about a 30-second window where no one will be going straight to him. Illness instead catches them in the opposite screen position, and Darling eventually finds at least Ghosty Boy, but they lose out on the fight against Range.
Thigby from behind, though. That's a really nice setup there, and Range is no better. It's just ahead, unable to make the appropriate, at least, peek on the other side now. With Spike ticking, Rock Dude from Heaven needs to set up for some picks.
Please get one. Rock Dude has been semi-consistent, somewhat having a combo off of Thigby when they can. Range just kind of waiting it out, and they know at least one is coming through. Ives on the cleanup, and Ives has been good for that for so many rounds. Cyphers they go quiet until their team needs them, and Ives truly gets loud in those moments. But Illness is the loudest one right now on the map at 13-2.
Oh, immediately here now, likely to see another very, very soft round. And from the aggression we've gotten out of D-Block Steppers, I mean, it's very likely we see a pretty aggressive push again here. Notably, I mean, you've got some minor things to discuss there when we talk about at least some very similar situations. Big Steppas still kind of on all their assets. What worries me is D Block Steppas has come into more on their turn. Once again, unlikely to see some real utilization of things like that from the Shadows here on Split unless they are picked apart, which hasn't happened yet. But even just having things like that Thrash available for, once again, a continuation of pushing power, I mean, they probably won't use it, as we saw from what they like to do during the rounds that they know they have that eco advantage. But it's just scary knowing that the options are available, right? They have that safety. They have that perfect potential pressure where, oh no, we've lost a couple of kills. We're down a couple members here. Great. We got potential spike rotation far with from, or maybe we're picking them apart piece by piece with the theft on our line.
Yeah, and that Thrash in particular, I mean, you could use it early, you could use it late, you could use it the entirety of the round. As long as you keep picking it up, you have another chance to really kind of weaponize it as a total threat. It's like almost like a showstopper, but just a few uses better. In case you want a clear sight and everyone wants to leave, it allows you that kind of of territory. So other than that, I actually do in this round want to see Big Steppas utilize the showstopper from out of their raise, because I feel like getting a pivot off of a pick like that would help a ton. And in case you guys didn't know, we actually have Penta DCing right now, so we're trying to bring them back into the lobby, and you can see the sewer. I don't know how no one's come down to clear out those sticks and the trash. Hold on, Observer, enhance on that rock.
Sewer. Keyword.
Sewer
here.
Yeah, but you don't clean up your sewers? I mean, I don't. Oh, whoa,
you do?
Where does this go? I mean, I sometimes.
That's it. You know where it goes? The sewer. The Observer disagrees. The Observer says, what are you talking about? That's clearly the void.
The void. Underneath the city where the mole men reside.
In the void. I have a small belief that nothing resides in the void. What the heck is that?
Except the void itself. That's the little guy. That's his hat. Shoot. The League of Legends, the little dude. I
know a lot of League of Legends, so
he drops the mushrooms. Timo.
That's Timo?
Isn't that his hat? Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
It's not.
That is not.
Timo.
It's not even
hat.
close.
Well, okay.
It's
okay,
a frog.
Well,
it is a frog hat on a frog. That's all it is.
Is that just a?
Yeah, it's got a big long tongue. The eyes.
It was Timo adjacent. We can agree, right?
All right.
That is the Scuttle.
That is Scuttle. That's in the Scuttle Shack. I mean, you know, it brings me such joy, especially some of these earlier maps like Ascent and Bind and of course Split here. Yeah, there was a lot of references to League, being that this was the second major game of Riot Games. Anyways, we're back. We're at it. Penta's here with us once again. Like we've set up for our discussion earlier, a very soft round for Big Steppas. D Block likely to once again show the pressure of power.
I feel like Darling may whip out the showstopper just to.
That'd be crazy. It'd be such a waste.
I don't think so. A showstopper that finds a kill is never a waste. That's my mentality. Oh, and that's gonna happen. So you have the trade out. Darling goes down. Range does too. And they're walking through from backside. Wingman will fall, and Thigby has a weapon, so this could just turn on its head. But Ives makes sure to ruin all those hopes.
It's too fast to catch there. In the end, still a 2v3 situation. Even though the health is just almost slightly similar there. Even then, though, we're talking about Sheriff on Sheriff action. Justin off that peak is a perfect setup, but illness from a rotate on the other side here is enough to keep it quiet. Like I said, it's a soft round. It's a soft round.
It was a soft round, but it had a very hearty beginning. I believed in what was happening there, and
well, now you can believe even more. All right,
just a little bit more. There's a few extra coins being invested in this, maybe even some silver and gold. For this one, I cannot see much good for the remainder of this half if we do not see Big Steppas take this rifle round, considering how effective D Block has been. But this is D Block's pick. They have picked the two maps in the semis and now into the grand final that have come right back into rotation competitively. Illness will get Penta, but Justin finds range.
Really nice reveal there from Justin off of the theft. We've been waiting for that one. That's going to be giving away just about everything to set up for potential success here. Being called away off the edge of Gecko, but with these minor peeks from the shadows, he almost finds the full wipe here. Spike in the less, still planted, and now with just a tick away for recovery, this is the response we needed to see out of Big Steppas.
A huge moment, because this one could have gotten into a 10-1 situation if it did not happen. Big Steppas at the hands of Justin coming up massive. Meows and mewing intensifying in the chat. So D-block Steppas, let's see what they got. They still have that Thrash. Really, that is just kind of sat there, and I feel like that's starting to become a waste of potential.
A bit, but the big one for me this round, especially given the fact that you haven't melted the buyouts for D-block, is they're still just as strong, but now you're playing into those Seekers and the Viper's Pit. Something I don't want to see is last time around with Thigby on this pit was just a little bit too heavy-handed. Called it out early off of the garage side, and it ended up actually coming back to bite them off of the rotation. So now, playing for mid, Darling will be caught out. They're probably forced to play Heaven here from Thigby already.
That pit gets invested in mid, where no one is going. Yeah. So, from the shadows, Rock Dude will reinvest, and they'll be going over to Heaven. So now it has to be, does Boosted get caught? Oh no, they do the catching as Thigby goes down with only gun and knife in hand, rather. So D-block Steppas, a very powerful position, and this is basically a shooting range.
Last player standing.
This is really rough here. What should have been momentum to carry forward is now once again a hard reset here. 2 rounds to go in the first half, and we're playing for recovery off of another likely softer round here. You can already see it. Double sheriffs in hand, and what actually might be an even softer buy as they're calling for a hard eco here. Drops the investment. They're going to go all in the final round.
Got about, what they got? Got the 2 stingers. This will give them at least a tiny bit of volume to work in around number 12. And, okay, I was wondering, because they initially thought about bringing a full rifle. Instead, they put it to the Bulldog, and my goodness, Thigby didn't give it a chance as Penta now gets gacked in the face. And Bronny James going to be the advocator of just that. Darling showing us all why no one likes the Bulldog.
Well, you know what? It's still one there, and now left up to the Rock Dude. You can hope for potential headies, maybe some opportunities with the Sheriff. Any knockdown would be nice, and just trying to secure something. But in the end, Boosted finds it out quite quickly. We send it to the final round. The forced buyouts to be happen here, and I'll tell you what, they're probably happy they did not buy that round.
Yeah, they had set up for next, knowing that they were going to be at a pretty big disadvantage. And here's the thing, Zephyr, is that it's felt like since about the first 5 rounds that Big Steppas have been at that disadvantage. It has not been a step away from the pattern. They have Seekers. They're a step off from a showstopper. They really got to give Darling a nice moment to finally get up and going. The overdrive is online. Thrash is too. D-block is in such an advantage point. They can do pretty much anything they want without failure. See if they can just full scan and clear this trap wire, but they're actually fighting a war on 2 fronts as you get to see that tiny lurk in the mid.
Something I want to point out is Thigby may not have ults, but just one pickup here from either the likes of, notably, my apologies, Darling or potentially Justin, is that Theft or Showstopper online. So already minor advantages ahead here. That overdrive is very scary. He's just taking advantage of it.
I feel like as soon as they get to Heaven, this is going to be a popped overdrive. They're going to come out with it, or they could do it on post-plant hold. Darling trying to get super safe. They're going to throw out some pain shells as they continue to exercise at least their options. And Illness just eats at least one of those scatter grenades. And they're going to try and get them to get peeked out because the Boombot's going to tell on them that they're right around the corner.
Yeah, right there over on the edge. You now know you've got a lot of mid preference here, but we still don't see much movement from Big Steppas. They understand it could be just a quick mid pullback and then the rotation to follow suit. B, you have to be really careful here for D-block Steppas. Already on the other side, Boosted, looking for a reverse play here. Could call out Heaven if appropriate.
Had to wait it out. Oh, Darling gonna walk away. Oh, they get just jumped up. Not exactly a fantastic position. They're behind that double box. Range clearing
7
every
seconds.
single corner that they can. They got 6 seconds to go. They get rid of one. Darling has a showstopper. Won't get to use it. The plant's not gonna come through. Simply survive, say I. And so the same for Big Steppas. D-block Steppas. Took a bit too much time out in mid to make a decision of where to go, and ultimately that pause in traffic gave them the potential for a 9-3 curse.
Really nice there, and could have been the plant to go alongside it, but it was a nice pickup final wipe there to prevent that spike from going down. So truly all within their agency to pick up that at least round in the final half. 3-9 in the pistol round, more important than ever. D-block Steppers, you could tell they know this too, because the momentum would likely give them that 10th and 11th here. Investment into that light armor, even if it comes at the cost of just a single ghost ahead here, balances out the big buys from Big Steppas.
At this point forward, you have to see a just total reverse of the script in favor of Darling, and they must get impact for this Big Steppas group, or else Northwest Guildford, these Vikings, are going to be dropping very quickly to D-block Steppas. They have a very strong agency overall, and they played into their strength of that double duelist combination, trying to take over mid. They show their hand a little bit, boosted, receiving some pressure, and so same as Justin finds them having to run away from those paint shells, and now they have to answer the call for this rotation.
B already entered upon here. Central play, Darling trying to cover the remnants of height and this choke here. Hopefully with that plant down in a second, that pressure will be relieved. Still though, behind, just above, have to be careful. Yives with one.
I was finding Darling, so there goes your duelist, but you still have Thigby up as well. They've been one of their key just slayers out there. Bronny James, much the same. Justin versus Bronny James.
Woo!
Oh, and Justin, massive click as they're able to get some crispy shots, so needed for Big Steppas.
Really nice there. That's the response we were waiting for, and you can see the buy coming through almost immediately. Darling especially, that Vandal in hand. We've really lacked, I mean, some presence from Darling coming out of today's matches, especially after what we got to witness in both semis and quarters, right? That was a big presence that made what we saw Big Steppas so obvious and so good here. And even just yesterday in what was their matchup against the likes of, I believe, Team Goats, I mean, it was Darling who really activated and came online that secured that 2-1 victory for them.
And even more, Justin, who has showcased that they have so much flex in their roles, because they worked into a breach as well as into now this Cypher as well. Oh, but you see Bronny James getting caught out. Darling, great idea to throw the paint shells over a kid from LA trapped in the corner with explosives. It's not a good time. Right click, there goes the spy, but Darling clears him as well.
Really, really nice pickup there. You want to prevent Range from getting any kind of power off of that sup. Now with the B plant underway here, D-block Steppers are pressured there. You got Yives looking for the rotation up towards height and already losing out against the likes of Thigby. Boosted, really no better for any options here. 13 health to their name and weaponry of power that you just don't compete with from that distance. One bad peek off a garage and that is it. Likely going to play for save. A nice 2-0 start here on the second half for Big Steppas.
Yeah, they'll probably stick around and die to the bomb just to make sure they have all their creds with them. That's going to be an escape route for Big Steppas. They're going to exit stage, right? Yeah, that's how that works. So, yeah, Boosted will go into the bomb. Extra creds to go to them for the next round. And 4 alive for Big Steppas. That's going to be a pretty healthy bonus.
Really, really nice there. Now, this isn't the buyout in most terms just because you're taking advantage of not having to play for the eco. And it worries me because we go into this next round, right? You lose it potentially, Big Steppas. You're 10-0 for D-block. It's a full buy. You lose that one. You set themselves up to be in an 11-5 situation where they could potentially even lead past that into another eco round, 12 up.
Go, go, go.
I mean, this round is massive.
Yeah, but that's a risk you take if you're going to try and save some extra creds. Oh, the wall spray by Darling. Immediately force Range to have to take a step back down into the pit of the ropes. They're not going to completely fade away. There's a lot of cyber cages, a lot of tripwires, and a lot of util to have to work with and deal with. Ives sees their entire kit gets eventually just dispersed. The poison orb, that's a fantastic
nice
separator to allow them to get that plan off.
Yeah, double poison orbs there. The timing on those are going to be crucial in the win potentially for this round setup here. Big and crew though, peeking through height, will pick off Yives. The dash across there, comes up with one, comes up short of two there. Thigby once again highlighting the presence on this roster. The peek on the other side doesn't lead to wipes just yet. Illness now pushing for point here. Has to be careful on this peek. Finds Penta. Now will look for the defuse. Thigby, you've got to move.
At least got at least half. They're just going to come right behind them, and Illness undeterred. An incomplete bonus round, a clutch up by Illness, but that's a lot of weapons on the buy-up of D block that were left on the ground. So I feel like we're gonna have at least another rifle round in front of us, but this one, where that one was pivotal, this one can be a turning point in favor of Big Steppers if they can get this.
Right, they know they have a lot of security on this buy here. D block, if they come out on the losing end of this one, are in a very hefty eco-saving position in what could have been big dubs off of their success off that round. You know, having to go for full buys here, not the best situation, and now hard looking for A. It's all up to Big Steppers.
Some of the shots landing, and they're gonna have that support. Nice wall bang. Rock Dude covers down for their fellow controller. Look at this setup.
Wow.
This is exactly why everyone always goes to heaven. Don't want to deal with this.
On the other side there, leaps across. Finds the setup off of Yives there. Still have to respect this peak on the other end. Boosted may find Thigby, but Darling showing those signs of life that I was asking for.
Eco really kind of showing its hand as the Frenzy at least got some employment there with Boosted, but otherwise they're going to travel away. And this is being read in parallel. Bronny James is here with the Dizzy to try and receive the majority of who comes out, but I mean, they've just decided to completely walk away from this A position. They knew a lot of util was still in the way. Now Bronny James has the most powerful weapon to have to deal with them.
43 seconds on the plant there. Penta on the other side of this one. It is full rotates, at least through the other angles there. Bronny James doesn't come up big off of that one.
Bronny James throwing that Dizzy out. They didn't actually see where the slime went to. Cam is going to go down. They know someone's up here in rafters. They're going to try and spin the corner immediately. Ives is going to have a weapon to pick up as they counter spy. Neural Theft is going to be invested. They know at least where a few of them are. A 2v2 now as Big Steppers are trying to hold on tight. They have a 2v1. Bronny James looking to be big. They do it with the Guardian, but they get paranoid. Holding on to your butt because that Rock Dude was rocking and rolling. Wow. These last few rounds coming down to the final man.
Literally 1-to-1 there. It is a stronger rifle round than I expected, but we are playing off the remnants of cash income here. Literally nothing but left. But remember, that early investment 2 rounds ago, this is where we see the issue with it. Bronny James, notably going to be down some power coming off of this one here. And while it's not that much better for Big Steppers if they lose it, that could be a difference maker going into 4v5 on the rifles.
They're going to hope to get some
and Bronny's covering
level.
it too.
Oh my gosh, they can't even, well, they have the Thrash. That's why they kind of have them holding on this B site, because they can navigate it fairly decent. You're gonna deny that though. Showstopper, a very stunned Gecko. Don't get too deep. You have the spam coming in. Oh boy, they catch him with util in hand. The Viper Pit going down, that's massive.
That's big. That's going to be a really hard location to set up and push for here, especially now that D-Block Steppers down 2 on the defensive side here. That smoke probably crucial, probably the difference maker for this one, and I love seeing it invested finally. This is the Viper that we've come to know for Thigby, and seeing it on the defense just was not as strong.
Shadows traveling.
Taking control of pace away from D-Block. Ives has to walk not just around pillar, but has to deal with what's in deep in the Gakfest. Range already down to that 1 HP. And you know what? This is a good call. Save. Get out. Leave. And that's a very wise decision. Ooh. Everyone else is going to be walking away. And you don't often get to see a kind of a 4-3 save, but knowing how kind of deep in the pit they were, they knew they just had to hang on to their weapons.
Heads down there. Ultimately, like you said, just having to hang on. I'm curious to see this buy because ultimately, yeah, it is a bit tighter this time around. And the full send from Big Steppers should allow them to keep that momentum up. 7-10. If you had told me that after that first round, we'd be looking at this close of a matchup coming off of it, I would not have believed you here. Now you can see boosted Yives, everyone playing around, putting pressure into the hands of who's they know best. Brawny this time getting to play with that rifle, at least off of what was that save. And you see how they lead coming into the push here.
You still one off if you're range to your overdrive. Showstopper will be at least available if they can get a pick, but the Seekers identified. One is hanging out, actually two are hanging out close quarters for ropes, so they're going to be hard swinging into it. Darling unafraid of going into any of those fights, and then stepping out will be boosted. But you still have a Showstopper to answer with, and kind of Bronny James does not find much except for them falling down a rope.
Those are two of your rifle pickups there from D-Block Steppers. You do not have big power now. Boosted on that share from the Ghost on the other side of things here. Single rifles out and away. Steppers in a very dominant position. It might be off of this rotate from ropes. You could see them follow up, but Thigby playing defensive angles here. Really like this. Gonna find Yives as a result. Potentially boosted as well. Ooh, has to respect the other end.
They stay out. And it's so interesting how that continuous rotation catches them all the time, even with illness, trying to get smart about it and going to the opposite side of the map, or rather into garage. It's still a 4v1. Boosted in a tough position. They got a tripwire before them. They'll get tagged as soon as they decide to walk into it if they want to, or otherwise. So, not exactly expecting to be a hero, and they will get caught from behind because Thigby is just omnipotent.
So good here. This is the first confident, very nice round we've seen from Big Steppers coming off this happen. It's been so close, time in, time out. And that punishment, even though we saw some minor saving, it will be big buys here for the likes of the D-Block Steppers. It's still not perfect here. You put Big Steppers in a place of safety now. Losing this round isn't the end of the world for them. Coming into that future potential position off of the 20th, they're at least in a healthy rebuy for full rifles.
10-8. You're talking about how you wouldn't believe it if it didn't see it in real time, and it's because it looked so dominant, but defense is tough on this map in particular. And it's been big conditioning. Thigby and the rest of the gang have really been able to powwow, and as they've finished all those meetings, they've been very confident. Oh my goodness, Boosted was just hoping to jump step and get a peek and see who was around the corner. Well, they met a bullet very quickly. Darling in the gang, they don't step into the tripwire. You have the blind. Guiding light hit literally everyone, including teammate. Using the blast pack, they dodge away from the Showstopper.
This is such a big issue now. You just invested what could have been return tools here. Justin, at least, I mean, gosh, keeps it on the roll there now. Yives down. The overdrive and Thrasher available. I say save them. Save them, save them, save them. Piece apart, survive there. You can see range so far out and away from B. Might be looking to make that rotate. Bronny James, though, literally one bad push, one bad step up on the other side from being picked apart here. Needs to be perfect off of this wall's downing.
Ooh. Don't want to get caught on that cross. They're going to try and rejoin their teammate, but it is just a second too late. Trade comes through, and a trade for trade would work out in the favor of Big Steppers. Now Bronny James, they don't read that there's now going to be pressure. They knew where the rotation had to go in that funnel, and now Big Steppers one off from tying this up.
You've got nothing to work with here. I mean, for the likes of D-Block, they know this round has to be a save. The eco is in shambles here. If you throw it to the wind in this situation, you literally are guaranteed to lose. So now, set up off of a round that they have to hope for some incredible picks on, or a miracle of the win here for D-Block Steppers. They absolutely can pull it off, especially knowing that they've got that overdrive, the shadows, as well as Thrash available for this next assault. There. Ooh. Wow, getting it
right behind
really fast.
Yeah, they're trying to go oh so quick, and I like that they've ramped up the pace. But look how they're also just calling him out. Bronny James stuck literally in the cyber cage. Cannot move without making any sounds around the 0s and 1s. So just gonna, and they still hurt him as it pops. Thigby already tags Illness, and there's your big power players. Justin comes up with 2, but so does the overdrive range, eventually falls, and this should just be cleanup duty in this 3v1.
Yeah, spray and pray here. Send out the bomb, buddy. Camera's peeked out there, boosted around that corner. I mean, it's no better. You're just allowing for time for things to slowly piece it together. Thigby going to secure that plant, nonetheless, to secure what is going to inevitably be this round here, as now covering Eagles on the other side. Barely dodges out the back end of those extra clusters. Always the chance, but I mean, set up the way they are, now giving themselves away. That'll be it. 10 apiece here, and now it will be a very thankful eco round. D-Block have one chance on this buy to stop the onslaught.
They've got the loser credits with 5 in a row. 7 of the 8 that were, or that have been in this first, or the second half rather, have gone the way of Big Steppers. It's very much the same situation of what happened in the first half. If we were to go to OT, I would not be at all surprised, but it feels like Big Steppers have just been out-reading, outplaying D-Block, and they've been losing their ones. You see how aggressive actually you now have that Cypher up into heaven as Eyes wants to take this deep box position. This one could give them a massive foil, and they will as Darling goes down, Neural Theft comes out.
This is so big. This is the response we needed to see from D-Block Steppers. But in response, Justin on the other side here gets a little bit too far forward. I don't know why we see that in that moment. I mean, you can't be playing given the fact that they just got that theft off of you. The one saving grace is if this round doesn't come up big for Big Steppers, they have full buys all throughout the end game here.
Plenty of Krez to have to deal with the rest. And Ives didn't like that skin, so trades Phantoms. Boost is going to try and hold this top ramp position. You still are committing to this. There's also a flank coming. And if that's not read by Big Steppers, they're just going to get picked off as a quick sandwich could be occurring on 2 ends. D-Block Steppers, Illness would love to add some ult orbs to the ult collection. Boosted finds the first, and now it's just about cleaning up the rest in this 5v2. Thigby is hoping to find something before they're got from behind, but a flawless round to answer the 5 in a row, Zephyr. That's the way the D-Block reasserts control.
That's really good for them because now coming into this, they're so much safer. They feel so much more confident in these buys, knowing that they have the safety to play around here. And it comes at the cost of 2, but big note, Big Steppers in that exchange do get the Viper's Pit online, and that can be a very nice confirmation on the attacking side here.
This is a full mirror of rounds taken in the order by which they were taken by opposing squads from the first half. Same thing trying to be completely mirrored by Big Steppers. They want to complete this, but it's D-Block that's a step away. Gonna clear out at least early. They're gonna get rid of the camp. Now they're actually going to use that snake bite. They're not really clearing corner. I thought it would deny at least some space, but the Viper Pit gets invested. Now they say welcome to the Thunderdome.
And already Rock Dude with the pick on Yves. Justin for range. That's one of your heavy targets. Throw out the Neural Theft there. You've basically guaranteed the round. It's an incredibly hard retake. Justin on the other side playing a bit more defensive. Back over towards Sewers is Darling with the 1 on Bronny. It's a 2-for situation with D-Block Steppers, and I mean this is perfect utility utilization.
They're baiting them around. They know that they have to play from beyond their own Viper Pit, and that's really engaging a lot of D-Block Steppers. Illness doesn't want to drop their rifle. They're hoping that they can catch the leak out as some of these players are starting to give up their weps. You know what? Some bonuses. Bonus for bonus. They find 3, and that's about as good as it can get without winning the round.
I like that. In the end, sets that up just perfectly for Illness when we talk about the showstopper. Going into a pivotal round could be very, very big there if we get a nice extension or at least just a nice pickup from Illness. On the other side, Penta with those X-Seekers in the same discussion. But we know that was inevitable. That was going to happen nonetheless here when we talk about coming off of a Viper's Pit round. This one truly a big deciding, breaks the tie.
if it keeps with history and its recency, should go with the way of Big Steppers. We could have a little bit of OT sprinkled on top of the rest. Someone's going to get to map 1 point. You guys wanted a good match here for the grand finals. So far, it's been delivering off of what was a question mark for a bit. Pathfinder, just to see who's hanging out close by. Dark cover in response, using the paint shells to make sure that corner is clear. And Darling will be the first up to the plate, but it's Illness in kind as they find a couple, make it 3, a 4th, and 1 away from finding the ace in this 23rd round. Eyes will be the clearance instead.
Illness. Insane there off of the clutch factor. Not just this round, but the one before could be the difference maker. Now, showstopper in hand, both sides. The Seekers as well here, as well as the From the Shadows. These are big, monumental pivot points to work with here. If D-Block Steppers can play for the defensive angle, if they can pull this one off, that'll be it.
30-plus bomb unlocked for Illness at 31 and 11. They got the showstopper opposite of them. Darling does have theirs. We could be seeing a lot of loud rockets, red glare bursting in the air out here. Oh boy, and Range just wants to take that little peek as the national anthem begins to play. Where is my hawk screech?
Oh, already won, and that's Darling. Pivotal point there. Seekers come out for response, but Range and Boosted so good at clearing mid up here. It is left to 2. Thigby, can we pull it off? The From the Shadows for the setup on B. You're going to put timers on the board here, but this push from heaven, Thigby needs to get the job done.
Repositioning after getting rid of Range. They down check with their body.
Ronnie James.
Rock Dude just hanging out on site as Thigby is deep. And so they actually will be checking with the From the Shadows. Rock Dude, he's shaking with anticipation, waiting for anyone to engage with him. Thigby's caught the timing! He got rid of Boosted from behind the bar. The Thrash comes through. Rock Dude needs the TP. He does it right next to a teammate. No, he does it next to an opponent with the 3K. We go OT.
We are straight into the end here, and this is as balanced as it gets. Now the opportunity to even the playing field on split here. Defense, attack, it comes down to the best of the best, whether you like it or not. Big Steppers, they'll be the first one to play for defense, and historically, it was rough here, but in the end, can't say it was any better for D-Block Steppers.
This is, you know what? You guys wanted a break from recent history and all. Well, it was a wild and a 9-3 relative curse in that first half as we did the same thing in the second. So, all ultimates, they'll be put halfway. Someone's going to get a chance through each of these rounds to find themselves an OT dub. We go right back over to it. Neither side has had a very strong defense. I really think here, Zephyr, whoever wins their defensive round will win this overtime bout.
100%. Defense has looked, like you said, impeccably weak here. And honestly, it's hard to say regarding who looked better in those individual 3 rounds we saw from either roster here. Darling playing this one so safe. Have to be careful. Range already set up for this pick. Pulls back to the corner. Keeps it quiet. We've already seen full rotates from Big Steppers, but mid is being teased off of Sewer.
Yeah, with all the distraction that's happening on ramp towards A, Thigby got wise to it. Poison Orb is going to go out, and they're going to use that boom by a lot of util dump just to make sure that no one can engage them from this rope position. Oh, and look how they squeezed Thigby down to the ground as Range came hurtling through ropes.
No one's able to pick that one up. Quick rotates from Darling on the other side. Blocked by the Stoke. Can't quite capitalize off the sig. Just spray and pray, but instead, it's a peek over the edge. Finds 2 off the double bang. They put themselves back up on the numbers.
Oh my goodness, right through the heart of both as Wingman will be going through the plant through all of the fire and flames. Justin's able to find another one.
Oh!
They get caught on the tripwire. They know they're just around the column, trying to be able to take the distance fight. They don't realize they're so close. It's 13 seconds to go. A plant has to happen. They gotta go and get that spike. It's so close corridor. They saw the foot. They have just enough time. Gotta commit to the plant. They have to get him on the swing, and they'll get him down. Rock Dude, the defense for Big Steppers stepping up And if this holds to our prediction, this could be Big Steppers taking map 1.
And it was as close as we had guessed. This was the suggestion we had, and in the end, defense has come alive. Now, Big Steppers, they've shown 9 games of perfect attacking situations. I mean, this is as good as it gets there. Bri James, once again, back with that Odin. We got to see a little bit of its highlight here. It's the only real difference in terms of the pickups. Man, oh man.
I love the way that these students have really just kind of brought their all. No game is done until it's done. And going in with confidence and cool heads has really worked out for both sides. Now a defense that has to answer as well is D-block. And I mean, they've been seeing the way that this Big Steppers group has pragmatically approached. They've gone to ramp, they rotate heaven, and they use ramps as a thoroughfare. So do they make this read in this 4-1 split?
I'd like to see a pick here in the other side of things. Big Steppers, notably, though, a bit separated. Justin is in that mid. A bad pick there could be very, very nice. Boosted, going to be caught by a bit of the pit there. In the end, full rotates. You guys see A pressure. Very, very nice. Unable to catch anything off the smoke. Rock dud. I like this position on height. In the end, going to play for corner instead. This is really nice for pinching.
Clearing out that tripwire just to make sure. And so now it's a 5v5 retake situation. Defense has to answer strong. Big Steppers in a place of advantage. They're going to have the paint shells. There's going to be a lot of damage, and everyone goes backing up through it. You stick around, and you'll get blasted aside. Rock Dude clears not only the doppelganger, but they get rid of range. Oh, but finally a wallbang headshot with the Odin.
Odin on the other side, continuing forward. Illness, a leader in pressure, but they're so low here. Rock Dude peeks from the other side, and in the end, against all odds, starting behind 3-9, it is a massive pickup from Big Steppers.
Oh, man. That's going to be those Vikings out of Northwest Guilford feeling really good about the way they can come back, keeping cool heads, calm minds, and even with a 33 bomb by Illness, the next 3 following agents, Thigby, Darling, and Justin, the same ones that showed up yesterday, doing so today. Map 1 here, Zephyr. A banger to be said. A great way to set the tone for this grand final.
And it's very tough for me to really say what needs to happen in response here, because we had so many moments of glory and weakness from both of these rosters coming into this map here. Now on our way to Haven, it doesn't get much easier.
No. Yeah, this one could be very much what team can hold their head high defensively and then ultimately run it back and down when it comes to offense. But you know what? All of you, we get to have a bit of a break. Overtime was sweaty, so make sure to go get your claws, just dab at your foreheads. But otherwise, be back with us. More of the Valorant VESL Yearly Cup will be here in just a moment.
Welcome to the Varsity and Esports STEM League, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem-solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Not Work platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against other schools across the state, showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Clash and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics, rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, Notwork. Notwork is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the Notwork app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Valorant VESL Yearly Cup. Of course, I'm still Hail Monkey Man. That is Zephyr, and it has been a banger already. Map number 1 in the books. The analysts in the back were dealing with pencil, and they realized, nah, we gotta permanently inscribe this in pen with how crazy everything went. We had amazing, just kind of slants of momentum, I'd have to say. We got to see a team that looked like we were down and out invoke the 9-3 curse. Big Steppas really did kind of bring their dancing shoes, and they were able to persist through one single OT, but now we go to the opposite map pick and we get to see what's going to be happening as D-Block will be starting an attack on Haven.
Now, this is something that we got to see them take heavy advantage of, at least on what was split in their first iteration, and something that we were talking about in the green room before we came back to this is how scary D-Block actually look when they're putting their best foot forward in their pace of aggression. It's something that they lost when they did make that jump over to defense, but it was because of, well, split. Haven might offer them a little bit more freedom, especially given the fact that you do split that map apart across the 3 points, and gives them the opportunity to exude what might be more extreme expression here. But it all starts off of the picks.
And with Split, you had a very square space, and you had to travel through mid to really kind of own that position. When it comes to Haven, there's a lot more separation. You basically have this kind of thin secondary tier of wall that allows for util to be spammed through, but ultimately to kind of re-rotate and kind of navigate, but it's a much wider map with the 3 sites. Thigby sticking at minimum to this float onto their trademark of their Viper, but seeing Darling and Justin back on the breach, and Darling with that neon, I would not at all be opposed to that being mirrored by D-Block, but look what D-Block's floating instead.
Yeah, on the other side here, Bronny still on that what? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Last second, being a little bit more paced, actually, in terms of how they're playing this. Illness going to give a little bit more range this time around. But, of course, as you point out, a Clove potentially coming in here for boosted.
Yeah, Clove has been such a well-received agent, I'd have to say. They allow for so much sticking power as long as elongated fights because of the pick-me-ups for extra health. Ives has actually flexed from the Cypher over into the Sky. Bronny James, you mastermind! Okay, that right there, that chamber is gonna be either the death knell of D-Block or maybe the thing that they can stand upon for success.
We'll see how it goes. You've opted to play into the hand of I'm better than you. And to be honest, Brian James being one of the top 3 here for the likes of D-Block Steppers at least leaves me feeling maybe a bit more secure in the direction there. On top of the fact that you do have a lot of supported characters, notably between that Reyna on Illness and, of course, range on that Jet to give you... It's not entirely up to Bronny James.
Not entirely, but there's definitely 2.5 duelists out here, and you have to find insane impact, especially with the trademark for that the sole anti-lurk utility with Bronny on the chamber, and then the Sky has to be just paying dividends, especially alongside range. The flash and long range combination between those two has to be working out. Big Steppas, I like their ability to respond with the neon and the breach, clearing some space, having those shock bolts, or rather the stun bolts that will come through, but it's the extra control that should attempt to slow down the pace that D-Block Steppas is bringing.
All right, well, right off the bat here, D-Block, we're asking for aggression. We're asking for an attacking force here. And, I mean, it all starts here. Penta just barely in the presence of being set up. And even with being caught out there on the side, Bronny is still able to find Justin in response, taking 4-4. This push ahead here, Darling tries to spam out through the side of Garage. Instead, it's Illness picking up the one, peeking around the back, picking apart a trade here. And it just, everyone's falling apart piece by piece. Spike down from Yads.
2v2, and it's just as hurt on both ends. You actually do have the overgrowth if they want to be able to get it back over to range. Range is going to cover into this Garage position, but it's a north and south battle trying to be able to pincer fight them. Thigby knows that they have to land these hot shots off of this Sheriff, and that's going to be Rockdo that clears the way. It's one in Garage. Can they reconvene? The dark cover goes down. It's going to force Range's hand. They're very hurt. Jets, and that is a quick shot by Thigby.
Not what we need to see right now from D-Block Steppers, putting themselves in a nice pace here, coming off of what is arguably something that I was highlighting to you. They should be able, on a duelist primary roster, take advantage of this heavy split on Haven to just simply outbest the opponent. 1-to-1, mano-y-mano, and if you're losing pistol rounds like that, it is not a setup I'm excited to see. They'll be on the full save now, starting to posterior over for A, and things like a Vandal already online for Darling there. Phantom potentially either. Doesn't change the fact, rifle for rifle action. That's a scary setup from distance. I mean, yeah, Darling already stood up on short there.
Yeah, this is how they're going to be winning, at least with early round momentum, if this defense continues to just be this effective. Darling, I feel like that they actually play maybe a lot of Apex or Titanfall because they so swiftly just slip into neon shoes, and it looks like they're made for speed.
Well, out ahead there. Set up on long. Both sides covered. They're going to change over that rock dude over to the side. And bad peeks over the other end. And you can already feel the pressure. Boosted, though. Picking up Thigby on the other end. Fantastic setup. It's Darling. I mean, sorry. That's the issue now. Oh, bad dash timing. Very bad dash timing.
Ooh, and they actually get caught out because Bronny James was holding onto that A-Link position, but they are separated from Spike for all of a moment. They're going to get a weapon upgrade. This is the problem of buying a heavy weapon, an AR, going into round number 2, because if it falls into enemy hands, suddenly this entire script is flipped. You will have the aftershock, you have the fault line going out. They can't exactly get an immediate target. Justin is going to take up some space. They don't recognize how close they are because of 1v1 off of the flashpoint, and now they just spam. That's all you gotta do. Bronny James comes up with 3.
And all Big Step has had to do was play it a bit slower. There was no reason to pressure off the hard rush there from Darling, and as a result, comes up so punishing. Range, no way he's buying it up. I was about to say, put that Fang away there. Now Big Stepper's off of defense going to be looking for the save. You know, comes at the cost, but 1-for-1 could be worse.
It definitely could, and we're going to see all rifles. It's an eco break here in favor of D-Block Steppas, as Big Steppas will be kind of chilling out with some sheriffs, seeing if they can land anything from moderate distance. That key position right there, just from side of City, from that link over towards B, that's such an easy spam wall that can be used so readily by breaches. I love that they just continue to down check that A-Link with it.
Setup slow on the other side. Anyone getting picked here is just going to crack open any one of these points. B, especially Thigby, you'd have to pray for the heady on the other side. Range already pressuring this one out. Doesn't make it easier. Orbs on the other side. Orbs going to miss out on Thigby. Pump the brake there. You just missed Darling. Instead, you'll find the spike, but it'll come at the cost of 2.
Boost to get rid of Thigby as they play within their own poison orb, and then you have a shotty right on the other side. Oh, but it's easy kills just like that. A quick dismissal, and now it's 1 versus the world. Bronny James will collect another to the old stack. So D-Block Steppas, they played into an Arsenal diff that was in their favor, and they come out with a second round.
Yeah, I mean, that simple mechanics, no big deal. That's how you pull it off there in the end. Now we look at the buys. This is the true balancing act, right? Should have been easy pickups for Big Steppers off of aggression pushing. Now they get the chance to make good on that one and at least recoup what should have been an early round.
I see a lot of Vandals, the Lone Phantom kind of playing for that moderate mid-range and maybe some soft taps, but they're still playing in concert to what Darling is looking for, and an immediate take by Ives. That's going to shut down at least one of your primary blinds. You're going to have to rely much more on the leer and pressure out of your jet now. And this is I mean, a big moment for both sides, because this is our first real rifle round. Big Steppas trying to hold on, as they already have an overdrive that they really want to use it, but they also got weapons to match.
Thigby, love this position here. Can easily make for a nice catch off of the peak. Already finds range there. Pressures long on the other side. Throw down the snake bites. Gotta be really careful about the illness peak there. Chooses the wrong side off of the push. Still, 2 for 4 here with Spike down. I mean, you've practically guaranteed the round. Making across that far forward at the chance of, I mean, just crazy. No, there's no reason you should be pulling for Empress here.
I mean, Illness is feeling it. They got the lead. Why not have it? You got it 3 rounds in. You're going to get it again if you're Illness. See if they can be able to get that spray from distance. Shot comes through. Boosted will use the not dead yet. They're going to try and reconvene, especially because their teammate has invested into that ultimate. Illness comes up with 1. It's a 2v2. Why not use it, say they? Illness is looking for a fat spray, but Justin is good for 3, which is just enough to give him the answer. That's why you shouldn't invest.
There you go. That's a big tool. No longer available. You try to play for it. Instead, on the other side of things, Darling, Overdrive, available here. Everyone just put 2 points away or less from their major utilities here. It is still going to be a big buy from D-Block Steppers, but if we see another defensive round like that, I mean, D-Block, surprisingly, on attack, are going to have to be playing catch-up. The only thing I will say is that Darling on that low health, knowing how aggressive we see them get, especially with the light shielding, could come back to bite them.
This is also a change-up of position because Darling has gone to mid. They have typically been on A for the most part, down checking that sewer position.
Really open.
Yeah. This is a wide open site because they're making a 2-man swing. Both Darling and Thigby on this flank. They just have to work around this dark cover, and there's only maybe a trademark to have to deal with that's right around the corner. So as soon as they do, they're going to get it fast and they're going to get it to site.
Yeah, already, I mean, should be seeing that with that plant now in place. Long being recouped here. Checking over on the corner, finds Illness. Once more picked up range from the far with Darling down, evens it out. They've given themselves away, could have been better. Maybe with 1, Justin with another. 2 for 3, Brawny below, gonna catch the drop from height. Penta now knows this one, but doesn't get any easier. Dives, a shot from afar. It's a pickup for D-Block Steppers in a round they needed to defend on.
That was also an awkward jump attempt, as we had Justin kind of just putting on their big boy boots and going straight onto mid box and having no clear, I guess, of hell at all. They just thought, all right, I'm jumping in ODST style and seeing what comes next. Hope kind of wants to maybe see a flashpoint come through, but you mentioned the eco before. That loss, 1, sends D-Block Steppers ahead, and they're going to have a pretty consistent bank walking into it. 2, Big Steppers are now into this half buy, but they do have an overdrive if they want to be able to invest, and they also will immediately force the read by D-Block with the Viper Pit.
Okay, and with wall down on B, it's a bit more defensive. Curious to see if we see the harder peak here on the other side of things. I mean, Illness has been known to get aggressive there. Rock Dude pulls back just in time as that smoke comes down the close angle. Up above their hard B. That's the force rotation from Thigby. The overdrive only picking up 1.
Spike planted.
He's got 1, but you have 2 ult invested. You do have the Rolling Thunder if you truly wish to continue just shoving everything into this round. It feels like that would be kind of the worst idea, and yet we did see ultimates get invested in the previous as well. Thigby falls. Justin, they just don't have anything else except a classic to duel with. So 4-2 go D-Block, and yeah, we had 2 ultimates invested in that previous round. The overdrive is a good eco ult, but they didn't have anything to lead with.
No, I think, you know, it's so hard, too, on setting up for defense. The minute you make hard chooses like that, where we saw a 4-man's touch on the C, you're opening yourself up for a very tough retake. In the end, though, we'll see them set up now. Full buys out here. 4 for 2. The judge in the hands of Darling. We know how close and personal we usually see that. And then so, no surprise what might happen. 1 last meow to the skies.
They're waiting for anyone to challenge them. Darling has really been proactively pivoting around this map into this garage position. They'll be calling for some audible intel, but they're also going to be counter-strafed as well. Right-click, Demon getting caught by Boosted. Would have hoped to see them just kind of holding on to it, but you're going to have the Rolling Thunder, or at least pull it out. Justin will step right into it, and they're now against the world. They can be just swung on by anyone, and it's not just anyone, it's Illness, who's really giving their team some extra confidence.
I'm really worried about the hold on a lot of these points here. I mean, yes, it's close, but I feel like in so many cases we are just letting D-Block Steppers walk in for free in a lot of ways here, and it's coming back to bite them. Now, this is not as bad of a start than when we saw that timeout last time around for Big Steppers before they went for the return off the attack here. Even picking up 2 rounds off of this block would literally be better than what we saw out of them in our first game of the day here. But still, I mean, just need to see a bit of a change of pace here, potentially a change of how they set up for this.
This is also not an unfamiliar kind of start for Haven overall because it is a 3-site. You split your forces a lot more. D-block off of the onus of your Clove, Jet, and Reyna combination, especially with a Guiding Light pop that you can get from your Sky. It just creates just so much of a swell to have to deal with a Tide like that. So you often play to backside instead of playing more proactive, except for what's different with you know, Darling, because they're on Neon, so they're there to go and take that fight. So Big Step has recognized, much like we did in the green room, kind of denoting it, this defensive start, if they can just maintain about 3 or 4, they can replicate this exact same sort of output on their own attacking half.
Curious to see how it ends up. Darling being a little bit more respectful here. Sheriff in hand. Curious to see if they look for the push off a short or they continue to keep it light. Empress already on the edge for illness here. This time around, I'm much more pleased.
Quick box pop there, and that rock dude as he takes all of his armor and more. This is gonna be some Sheriffs attempting. Oh, they throw at least one knife out. Gonna get over the head of one, missing every single knife. The hardest player to hit is one that's not looking at you. They don't strafe the same way, man.
Set up on the other side. It'll be returned for a turn. 2 for 2. Spikes down with the plant almost happening immediately there. Looking for it in the end. D-block steppers will clean this one up, but that was a lot closer for Eco than I think any one of us were expecting. You can already tell B-steppers, that reset was what they needed.
Yeah, that was actually a man advantage in favor of Big Steppers as well. And D-block on the shoulders of both Bronny James as well as Boosted, who now hold 2 of the 3 10 spots there between themselves and Illness to really lead this squad in these first 8 rounds. But you have a couple of info ultimates for Big Steppers. You have a Not Dead Yet Seekers, and whenever they choose to employ it, the Tour de Force for D-block. So still big. I would have to say that this one is going to be a exceptional turning point for Big Steppers if they can simply slow the roll of D-block.
All right, well, step on the other side. Boosted taking their time to Clove with the setup off smokes angles for A. This time around, I will say a lot more. Which, good pressure there. Sadly, can't really push through Big B off the pit. Instead, it is going to be the cross from Long that is inevitably taken advantage of. No one on that coverage as a result. Another excellent peaks here from D-block steppers, just rolling through the pressure off point.
Yeah, it just feels like there's no answer at all. Every single time they want to fill the gap, and then Bronny James just left to lurk out in B with all of the population on A, and you have your lone Frenchman rotating just through the front door. And each of those players of Bronny, Boosted, and Illness at least good for 1 D-block. Again, forcing the economic woes of Big Steppers to be full frontal.
Now, set up here, 2 for 7. It's looked worse. I can be honest. We talk about what's available here. Neural Theft, Big Steppers, and from the shadows, that's not much to play off of in terms of defensive agency. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the Seekers, the Tour de Force that you still don't really need to utilize right now. I mean, on top of that, alongside it, haven't gotten to really check out Not Dead yet. That could be very, very scary at any given point here.
Woo! Woo! Partial shot through the wall. Won't be a full 110. It'll be enough to put a hole in the old vest piece, but that's enough to at least scare them off. They're going to be regrowth from their skies. They rejoin, and everyone just goes marching through Garage. Spike will be late to join them as they try to get a few picks. And depends on if they get this flashpoint off. They're following in. Oh, a couple of shots into the back of Ives, and then a Not Dead Yet by Boosted. This defense showing up.
Has to be getting a pick there. Instead, it's going to be a loss of advantage. Rock Dude lands right in the face of Illness. It's up to Darling, the 1v1. Or not even. My apologies. This is dominant. Dominant. In the end, it is Darling, though, that comes out on top. And in a very nice save round, it is Big Steppers. They'll pick up a couple of those weaponry off of the trade. And finally, good responses had here. D-block Steppers now in a situation where any more rounds picked up by Big Steppers here, they're actually looking better. Better than they were even close to that last one. Bronny James, okay, I was about to say, didn't want to call it out until I really saw it. In the end, rifle round. No? No?
Hey, he's thinking about it.
He doesn't need to. He's got Tour de Force with 5 rounds to go. I mean, come on.
You want to play?
Yeah, it looks like he is going to be pulling that one out.
There it is.
So the most expensive golden gun in the game, at least because this requires infinite dollars and a cool wristwatch. So Bronny James will see if they can support from distance. Range is the one that is at least face-checking everything, while the other two of this 3-2 split will be going right over to Garage. But look how they see literally no pick, and they're going to flex away. That is very smart considering that they're working off of that ultimate.
Yes, very, very good there. Doesn't answer Thigby's issue here. With that wall down, though, could be setups. Darling moving very fast. Could have been caught out there. Instead is on the setup there. Continuing to move this forward towards A with that additional speed to be that agent for setup. Now, it's not a full push to A. I want to highlight this. Illness still set up on mid there.
Darling going to reconvene up into heaven. And the Pathfinder doesn't see anyone immediately to sight, so they will take up close quarters combat. Nice. And Thigby got wise. They knew that it had been left over to their chamber, so now just keep close. Neural theft. He's gonna see where everyone else is into this 3v2. They've done this before. Can they do it again? The Tour de Force lands its mark. Trying to do it again.
Last individual stuck in the corner. Just a single tap would be enough. The same can be said for Bronny James. Out of the other edge, though, Thigby is more than happy to pull it off. And I can't believe I'm saying this, with 4 rounds now on the board for Big Steppers. They've made improvements coming into game 2.
Insane improvements. Remember, this was the playoff that never happened, y'all. It was 2 separate semifinals in states whenever it was all the way back in May. Getting this sample size showcases the depth of talent that both of these schools of Northwest Guilford and Ardrey-Kell have been bringing up for the last couple of years. So really cool to see it here in this grand final. But Big Steppers have taken huge strides to get themselves back into this game. A 5-7, 4-8. It would either one, a strong position to work onto their attack, but D block, they still have the lead. This ain't over. They invested that op onto range.
Already Empress down for big pushes ahead. Like you said, range. Woo! Love this. They can sniff that one out for miles to come. Nice from the Rock dude there. Still doesn't make it very safe. It's a nice coverage on the smokes, that wall on the other side. Lots of utility invested for and ultimately will be nothing. I mean, Viper spit down in mid. You're kind of forcing the A, and you can already see Darling set up on that other side, Neon in hand. There should at least be one pick here.
Dark cover. The Viper Pit running around his range, creating just enough time to get the trade. Illness will get rid of Darling as they hold that corner. Oh my goodness, Thigby too crispy. As they have the Seekers invested, they're just dead on arrival.
Really nice investment of the stake pit, but you still have to respect Bronny James there. Gonna give himself away with that operator. Picked up in turn from what was range moments ago here. Still, looking. Notice how respectful Big Steppers are playing it, though. Understand, especially with Thigby separated from the line of the wall here, they have to be on all these points. Could come back to bite them, though. And a lot of times we've seen the solo advantage, that 1v1 potential has come up big for D-Block.
They're anchoring with Thigby in the last point of contact they had, and then they have that talk screen for other sites. They kept him pretty darn close. Thigby ready to receive. Oh, they get double swung, and a double don't matter. Thigby with 3 as they go 5-7 in this first half, and you gotta think, Zephyr, considering the way that Haven works and the way that the advantages are for the attackers, this is now a scary sight for D-Block. Even with a 2-round win, if they cannot spin this pistol, Big Steppers can be able to just run this through.
Still, though, it's not a guarantee. In a lot of ways,
True.
We've gotten to see definitely some of the weakness from the likes of, Big Steppers. And while this is better, I mean, it still is going to require a really, really nice setup from them to deliver into the aggressive entities. Because when we look at individuals like Illness and Bronny James, even though it's a 2-round advantage, they still look so much more healthy than what we've really seen as Thigby and surprisingly Rockdude, right, coming out on top here, which is just... I'm waiting for Darling. I really am waiting for Darling. The Neon looked so excellent coming out of yesterday's quarterfinals, and while we've seen it a handful of times since then into semis as well here, I mean... It's not as explosive as it was in our first impressions yesterday.
That's true. And I feel like that's because both sides kind of play into the Neon to be just enough kind of aware of how to kind of counterplay of it.
Right.
And into that regard, you have to just be able to execute a little bit faster. Darling did come alive on the attacking side when they went over to split, even when that was on their raise and simplicity. So I have confidence that they're going to be able to do it. If there's ever anyone that Big Steppers needs, though, to lead them, it's going to be Thigby. They have to show up. They did it last time. They need to do it again. D-Block, Illness needs to do the same thing. Your Reyna has to be hitting. We go to the first round of the second half.
Okay, so ultimately now, still a pistol round here. Last time around, we saw it was Big Steppers that came up on top of the pistol on defense, and it will be a bit of the same. Darling already getting into the action. Range Illness, so good at catching this one out. Credit to the garage, was not cleared as effectively as it needed to be here, and now when you're left up 2v4 situation, you're not paying attention. You're just not paying attention.
Trying to deal with too many problems all at the same time while never solving any problem all the time is often not the way to do it. Wow. So for D-Block, they find that first pistol. That's huge to make sure that no momentum is at least initially started by Big Steppers.
Big Steppers, though, understand the highlight of where they're at. And at least for now, we only see the single sheriff. I like the fact that they are really not willing to jump any money into this. They want to come into that third round extremely strong here. You can already see big buys from D-Block.
Slow walk up into that talk screen, and I mean, this is just a conditioning play as well. They're going to be doing this pretty much the entirety of their attacking half, unless they choose to flex anything, but it looks like they want to get quick regardless of having it known that their point of contact. That guiding light literally did nothing, but the Outlaw does much the opposite as it finds them. Ives clears too, and those are your two biggest slayers on the side of on the side of Big Steppers.
At this point, you're looking for picks, right? You're just going to see how much further you can take this one out. Solo Dolo with the Sheriff in hand could be enough to swing the tides here, but especially with how much pressure you put towards A, I mean, they're moving back in aggressively, right? If you really wanted to go for the plant, you would be on the full rotate at this point.
He's going to chill in this corner. And, I mean, knowing that they also have kind of B and garage covered, they can just kind of see the telegraph of any kind of major rotation. Everyone's staying really good and anchored. So it's going to be a big pick to make this work. Rock Dude, they actually may just chill and let this round coalesce. They don't want to give over free creds. They're hoping that someone gets too aggressive on this cross.
Just send themselves forward here by accident, end up in a situation where you drop one more instead of just coming out of four in a very confident. Illness, though, with a nice peek on the other side. We just barely miss it. It is going to be a nice cleanup there. And now, in this favor, sets Big Steppers up for a full buy going into round 3. This is going to be the biggest full force we've seen of them off of the attack side.
All right, so for this, not exactly, I mean, you only had, what, one drop, I think, maybe two, by D-Block into that previous, so you have a gentle bonus to work with, but Illness has not been gentle. 20 and 10, as they already have their Empress online. They may, in fact, pop that immediately to start this round, or just, yep, here it goes. Man, I should maybe do a tiny bit more casting for Valorant. What do you say?
Just a little bit there. Darling. He peeks ahead, smoking out Heaven already. Big blinds on both sides of things here. Darling getting in fast. Has to pull it out a bit quicker than that. Yives happy to invest. Happy to make big on his money here. Being picked apart with Illness arriving. It's literally just Thigby.
And they are separated from Spike. Considering that they're so far away and just a Guardian. Ugh. This one's tough. Well, yeah. The first one, bit of a gimme on a second shot, but once you have a couple of those in rapid succession, then the next one's going to be tougher. Bronny James on the follow, and easy cleanup. We see 10-5 here for D-Block. Now, this is a bit familiar, though, because Big Steppers, this was about where they started catching fire, I think, going into the next the latter rounds.
Set up here. Sheriff's in hand. The only thing you can hope for is some big heads. Some very big heads on this setup here. D-Block Steppers now, like you said, three rounds away from a recovery after what was such a close setup on split. But anything can happen, and Big Steppers have proven that.
Slow conga line. as I thought that they were shooting their own teammates for a second. That was a wild time. But he's now caught at the door into the 3v4, and Neon that is very, very hurt. Ives simply could whisper rude words at them and possibly kill them. And Illness, I mean, quick entry is gonna be the death knell for everyone here on Big Steppers as the Vikings fall one after another. And this is now starting to be a bit scary for a Zephyr because it's feeling almost too easy on this attacking half, but we were expecting a lot more effectivity from Big Steppers.
We really were. And now, I mean, you're full buy-centric at this point. One terrible round there is pretty much it for the rest of your game, and you have so much safety on D-block Steppers that it's going to take, I mean, it's really going to take an absolute complete shift of style here from Big Steppers to come out on top. And in the end, they have to survive at least the 6 rounds. 7 would be good to keep them competitive there. Dropping just the 1 would make it so hard to ever save, to ever be in a position where you have a little bit of freedom.
I start being a believer in these types of situations whenever the opponent that's down kind of reaches that 9 mark. So for a while, it's going to be sweaty. It's already going to be sweaty no matter what it is, because both these teams have really been putting their best foot forward no matter what. I mean, they've been stepping up. So I love what we've found between both Northwest Guilford as well as Ardrey Kell. But, I mean, D-Block seems like they got a plan in place, and it's keep Illness running hot. If you ever have a Reyna that walks in with confidence onto Haven, that often is what ends up being the moniker of success and difference. So round number 17, Range is going to be playing from range. In fact, we have double operators. Bronny James is going to be over onto A. You cannot deal with either side on either end without having to deal with a 50 cal.
Spike dropped.
One bad peek, one bad setup there for Bronny James. Feels like we saw a lot more respect last time around. Now, setting up for big splits across here. Getting picked off and short would be the death sentence here. Darling already on the pre-fire off of the boxes. Spike is here, by the way, so down would be...
Timing on near overcommit as Bronny wants to maybe bait someone to kind of peek him into a quick op shot. The flashpoint's going to be used very quickly. Thigby is going to throw a snake bite, cover down on the Lear. Now they've taken Garage, but I'd say they're not purely in control. Someone's literally right out in window. And they have to face against Range, who is unafraid. No, that's Illness, unafraid from that hallway ramp position. Boosted, just some spam shots. They get one. Spike falls. Thigby gets boosted on trade.
Still covering the other angle. Illness with a minor peek over towards the edge. Picks up the 1. It's a numbers advantage for Big Steppers, a bit of a reset, but Range from afar now. Operator in hand is making it clean up crew time. Left up to Thigby, a defensive entity who has pulled it off all these times. Potentially baiting with the spike. Can only do it really once. Needs to set that up soon here.
Oh! Bronny switches hands, switches guns, and goes over to just switching the script. D-Block will be on match point, and they've done it with 5 rounds in a row. What was close has quickly become not a 7-round difference. A lot of leniency to play with. What can we even see out of Big Steppers? They've got Neural Theft availability. They don't have a Rolling Thunder. I mean, even if you get into Rock Dude, that's just more information. They'd have to get to site. Got to set up with the Viper Pit.
That's literally the only option, and the worst part about it is you've got Range here on the edge covering with Operator. The minute you make a peek around this corner, you're done. Justin at least finds Illness, finds Booster as well. They've opened up C, forces the rotate back from Range. Doesn't change the fact that this peek over here could be bad. Flying through the other side allows the cut through on Darling, and woo! It's that push over towards the edge that opens this one up here. Spike planted. Do we invest the Viper's pit? I don't think so. We're very, very safe off of this now.
Yeah, considering that you've limited it down to 2, you're good to go. There is no reason to use that at this point in time. That could save you for another round, considering that this is going to be a near death march to get involved again. Bronny James with that Operator. They may save that for later. The Aftershock, they pretty much are making the read that someone wants to jump into Garage. Bronny James has to be able to find a massive
One
pick.
enemy remaining.
Guiding Light will flash one, but Penta clears Bronny James, and it's a flawless to keep him alive. Dream's still going here for Big Steppers.
This is great now. Set up to at least buy into some strength here off of this next round. And the one, well, that they'll need to at least win here again and again and again and again for the future. This time around, though, instead just the Neural, or now just the From the Shadows. You got Viper's Pit and that Rolling Thunder. Still Overdrive, just a one click away. We'll be able to pick that up off of an orb here. On the other side of things, Bronny James. Tour de force, not really necessary, at least for now. 2 points elsewhere.
Yeah, you got enough to buy, I'd say, for a couple of rounds on the side of D-Block Steppers.
Off your feet!
Save that one for later. They're going to use that Rolling Thunder. Flashpoint immediately. So that's going to be a lot of squinting eyes and a lot of popping bodies. They have one around the box and you're body blocking each other. Justin comes up. That's a not dead yet. Boosted trying to run away. They want to get him on the snake bite. And just as they come through off of being a ghost, they will be put down again. It's a 4v3. D-Block Steppers hoping to respond.
There you go, Range caught on the rotation to height. Once again, a 2-4 situation up above here. Looking, Bronny James with Operator in hand. Has to be so respectful of the angles because Thigby is caught out and shot through the wall. Taken almost down to half. Jonas looking for entry in. They just need to delay.
Here.
Just enough time. About 10 more seconds should do it. As that one will keep them at bay. Bronny James, they're just taking guns out of hands, and Justin and Penta are taking the wind out of the sail of D-Block Steppers. They've got two. That starts being a pattern, and this one now is a tiny bit scary if you're D-Block Steppers. You have enough cash to burn for one extra round.
Yeah, right there. You can already see the buys looking a little bit worse for wear. You put them in the primary pockets there. Illness. Bronny James, Yives, boosted, opting to play a little bit lighter in range, no longer as confident. Still going to be covering the C long for that potential Marshall lucky shot, but now a very strong set for Big Steppers, and they only really utilize the two from the Shadows and the Rolling Thunder. Overdrive on Viper's Pit, still available for good moves ahead here.
Oh, gotta be careful. Literally just sliding by Illness. They get a blind shot onto Bronny James, and Boosted just steps in through the smoke. A wild turn of events to be able to get any kind of pick. Now you have the Viper's Pit invested. The plant's gonna be down in the middle of the green gack. D-Block, they would love to play with pace and just go straight into it, but now you can actually play from a moderate distance from around this doorway.
This is so bad. They're rushing in already. Even worse, 50 health on the side, Range on the other end. Spray and pray. Illness will find around the corner, but it comes at the cost of surprisingly Range behind them. Stamp down the snake pit here. You're at a numbers advantage. Thigby, Rock Dude, this cross looking so good there. Boosted on just the one. Baits them out, finds Rock Dude.
One enemy remaining.
They be around the edge. It is just Penta on the other side. Defuse coming through.
Player standing.
Penta caught.
Oh,
But he got the defuse.
Oh, just covering down enough. You had to keep one player safe enough all the way out into window. Everyone playing on top and around doorway right in the Viper Pit. You keep all player, if you're Big Steppers, far enough away to turn them into a distraction and maybe even get a spray kill if you can from that HP decay from the pit, and now you have a promising outcome. All on the opposite side, that is not the kind of kit that you want if you're D-Block Steppers. There's a chance here for Big Steppers to get themselves to 9, maybe even a 10th around the corner.
Deep moves on A. If they get this setup pick onto Yives, this is a big opening. Yives can't come through here with big wipes. If they do, that's enough. Love the pickup off of the wall. Peeking through the other side. Runs directly into him. No respect had, and Yives with 2. This is a massive uphill battle here. It has to be perfect.
Walking disaster. As you just see everyone go straight in to die. Thigby, oh, they're right around this corner. Trigger discipline. They get 1. They get 2. A third around the corner. Denied. D-Block Steppers send us the distance. 13-8. We go game 3.
3 games, the final for all the marbles here. And honestly, what was so close to a sign of life from Big Steppers. They wasted so many of those early rounds, and they come off of that pause into a position where they feel a lot a lot more confident, but it just needed to be a recipe that they cooked up so much sooner.
Oh, illness at that 29 mark, just short of having a 30 bomb. And I mean, you said it, there was definitely opportunity there for this side of Big Steppers, especially at just a 5-7 deficit after that first half, unable to catch fire at all, allowing 5 in a row for the side of D-Block Steppers. And I mean, there were moments, and they started crawling back, but there was so much leniency to play with for D-Block. They never really sweated out. But Thigby, that final near hero moment, he's going to be thinking about that depending on how the outcome of this next game goes.
At least for me, I think Darling needs to step away from the Neon. A little bit too much juice on the Ford there. It has not come up very big, and in a lot of ways has actually cost the team so much from what was their early eco round off of round 2 to pushes like that, where you see if you don't have the information, yeah, you can have some incredible plays that you get these awesome picks, but against a team here like D-Block, they're not going to let those minor mistakes slide in a lot of ways. So I'd like to see things change up. I think it can be good, whether it's the mentality or just the selection there. I think the Neon, I mean, it needs to go back to the drawing board.
Well, the good news is the drawing board has been tried and true for the entirety of the next and final map that we'll have for this VESL Valorant Yearly Cup, as we will, after this short break, be going to Ascent, a grand finals that you don't want to miss the ending to. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. It's the finality, finally here for the Valorant VESL Yearly Cup as we get to map number 3. I'm Sohail Monkey Man alongside Zephyr, and we have seen both of these teams of Big Steppers and D-Block Steppers really just laying it down West Side Story style, ready to see who is the best. These two teams that came into the top 3, second and third respectively, between D-Block and Big Steppers in the state championships in May, now thrown down for the Yearly Cup. Zephyr, it's all left to the granddaddy of them all, the one that everyone knows, to Ascent.
Exactly. Back to Ascent here. One pickup in the early on split for the likes of Big Steppers. One now off of the end of Haven for the likes of D-Block there in a much more dominant fashion, I might add here. Now, for all the marbles, we seem to never be able to escape it. Ascent, a commonality, a place that is probably the most well-known at this point.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have asked for Ascent to be removed from the rotation. There's a reason why it's not. It's because it is literally the parity point for so many teams. This is the map that you started from when it came from the beta, and the one you're going to end on when it comes to several different tournaments. I kind of wanted Abyss just to be quirky and weird. That's how I am. But Ascent is where we end up. It's going to be on the D block that will be starting on the defensive side, which really leaves it up to an attack from Big Steppers to set the tone, because that tone was a title shift on their Haven attack, and it never really got started until it was just too late. Now they have to try and reassert that starting on this map.
Yeah, it's very scary in this situation now because ultimately you don't have a lot of leeway, right? And for the likes of Big Steppers, who really were unable to get just about anything rolling off of their attacking side in Haven, it leaves me worrisome that they're going to be starting on the attack here going into the likes of, well, Ascent. And, you know, in fairness, we saw some return to form.
Just a little bit. And this is about as measured of a concept as you're going to get out of Big Steppers. They love to run the double sentinel with the deadlock and the cipher, even when it's on attack, and then it creates such a strong position defensively when you rotate back. On the other side of things, D-Block is actually trying to divest where they're going to kind of throw their Killjoy. Boosted and Ives kind of thinking about it, because Ives has been a primary sentinel for them. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they go into that Sova. But this is a team that wants to skirmish. Bronny James on the Raze and Illness sticking with that Reyna alongside range. That's a lot of possible dismissals you're going to see on this side.
Yeah, no surprise there. Illness had looked absolutely perfect in their setup last time around there. And now in this situation, likely to feel probably just as much the same for Bronny James on that Raze. The two definitely some hired strong suits. And Clove, you know, for range there, we didn't get a lot of discussion out of it last time around, but, you know, still power potential.
Yeah, and Range has actually been sticking in as a duelist, and for the previous two maps, especially when they were on to that Neon and then separate to the Jet. That's about a half duelist when you have Clove. They're such an aggressive agent, works very well in concert alongside Illness, and can also kind of divest from them over onto B. But for right now, this is going to be it. Your final map of the grand finals. We knew that both these teams would be going the distance, Zephyr, and I'm glad that we are not at all disappointed with where they've both been.
Yeah, I mean, literally, we said it hours ago. We said, well, it's going to be a best-of-3 finals today, and it will go all 3 games here because both of these teams have proven in so many ways how they can excel here. So I'll tell you what, first opportunity, the likes of Big Steppers, they'll be the ones to be on the aggressive side here. And to be honest, I need to see this dub. I need to see this win off the rip here because letting the likes of D-Block take momentum early here would just be so tough.
It'd be very rough. And to see Darling actually onto this Jet is so different. Penta with a shock dart kill onto Bronny James. That was not on my bingo card for First Bloods.
Hey, you know what? Ascent can absolutely set yourself up for it, but you know what? It can set up Illness off of the first take against Thigby. A man who's made heads look like melons here, the way he pops them. So fantastic, but no longer available. Stuck in mid. You can see that rotation from behind. Boosted.
Spike down.
It's a easy shooting
Last
range, and they're
player
getting caught out in mid. That's exactly where you don't want to lose your territory control. And Rockdude just being added to the pile. Range, held him down, putting out their smoke, and then giving sweet time over to Boosted to make that long rotation. If you get caught out in mid, you have to make a decision and a choice, or you have to hold yourself to a safe angle. Otherwise, that's gonna happen.
Well, at least for now, still an opportunity in another round or two here. Darling, the only individual pressing the pace with that Sheriff there. It should just be a clean pickup, as we've seen time in, time out, many times over. I will say the one difference is last round. We had that hard push from Darling, giving away big weaponry that did inevitably bite Big Steppa's back. Could always happen here.
So you go to a kind of a mid duel. You start things off with a nice shock dart kill just to get all, you know, the adrenaline pumping. But the dopamine falls away. Illness is just going to clear Darling, so there's already your big duelist out. So now, on this kind of eco situation, I mean, you're just aiming to basically do as much damage as you possibly can, and range has the range on that Vandal.
Power is the pressure here. Final two members caught up on the side. Thankfully for Penta, it is the one. Thigby another on the other angle. That's that swap up, and just before Thigby can take advantage of it, Brawny catches it between the butt cheeks. And like, not $1 million shot there, sadly, this time around. Penta, though, love the corner peek. Nice scan here. That's going to be big, but kind of peeking before the info even comes through.
Biggest deal about that one, though, they get 3 guns off the range. They're able to just limit it down to only Boosted, and I believe Ives that do eventually go and get the weapons that were invested for. The Vandal not left behind, and so this is not going to be your strongest bonus, and they will still enact it, as it will be 3 pistols, and this should be one that Big Steppas are able to find some level of advantage too. They're going to kind of bowling ball their way with A, and you can see the collective. They were considering going for the gamble stack more of B, but they do send at least one of those weps with that Vandal in hand for Ives over towards A, so Big Steppa is going to play with moderate, slow pace for this moment before they kind of launch themselves in.
Already peeking through the choke there underneath. Above, not a set we want to see Darling into. As a result, with Yives on another successful wipe there before Penta gets the response. It is 2 for 2 here, but probably could have been much cleaner. Still, the weaponry not the strongest. Illness peeking with Marshals ahead. Has to be the tippity taps, or it will be, but nothing here. Watching out for those side rotations off the tree. Have to be super careful. Boosted a Guardian. Definitely pressure and Phantom on Ronnie James, picking up some strength there.
Loud intel from Tree as they got rid of the mesh wall. Illness hoping to get some shots off, but Justin actually, no, it goes down to a 1v2. D-Block Steppas not making it easy, and Boosted will get the wall bang onto Justin with plenty of time. Wow, a disadvantage you could say for anyone else, but Big Steppas fall at the gates.
Especially with some of those takes there too, when you're making the weaponry trade. At that point, what becomes your advantage is your enemy. Now, in honesty, it is going to be a very odd setup there. It is full buys ahead for the likes of D-Block Steppas to keep this one in their favor. But I mean, thrifty rounds have come through in other times. Big Steppas have their chance. They do have that Hunter's Fury variable, and hey, you get one drop down, a nice setup off of the Neural Theft could potentially give you the round.
I think we're one off as well from Showstopper and Not Dead Yet on the side of D-Block Steppas. So any kind of favorable, positive engagement, and suddenly their advantage becomes, you know, sky high.
Right.
Big Steppas off the Cloudburst. Do they launch into it? You have the grab that's just kind of sitting. Ives on the ground, but they still are able to find 2. Just because you can't move doesn't mean you can't shoot. And they find 2 targets very willing.
All right, door down there. Not complete safety. Boosted, maybe looking, but there you go. There's that Neural Theft we talk about. It's going to change potentially what angles we need to see them covering out here. Big respects towards Tree. Illness, though, still finds Rockdude. That's going to open up the low ground completely here. You can see this cost of Justin, and now the full push under. Once again, another very quick pace, and one we expected.
And both those ultimates that I talked about before are now online. A nice Neural Theft. Still, this turns into a leap of faith from the top of heaven as A site has been their main target. And I gotta wonder, you know, into this next rifle, it looks like they are in fact going to be stepping up into B, or at least flirting with the idea. The spike has really been undecided, and what's kind of keeping them set away from going towards B? I know default Killjoy setups are rough, but not this rough.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get peppered out, spotted by the turret in a lot of situations, and I can understand the pressure there, but between running against that and a Sova, I feel like knowledge is kind of abundant off of this matchup.
Maybe they can do something from out of this market position. You do have the alarm bot. Penta gonna expend the owl drone and see if anyone is in these deep corridors. They know no one's there, so if they press with pace, they should be able to take it. Darling will take the call from that owl drone, but Bronny James gets rid of Justin. Oh my goodness, as they're sweeping through! Oh, off of the tailwind dash, turned into a dust mark on the wall. Wow, 4 survive.
This is big issues ahead here now. That was another major investment round, and to be honest, they didn't even really get to invest much. I mean, other than just the weapons they had absolutely blasted through. Won't be as hard of a full save. Penta left in hand with that Vandal. The rest on Sheriff plays here. I mean, you are just spending, hoping for a response at any given point here.
Coming back.
Off of these Sheriffs, they've had magic moments, some good fortune and great luck at times. You have a Spectre that's being invested into, and I mean, if I was D-Block Steppers, I would be pretty unafraid of what's being walked up to it. Oh, you do have the grab net that's thrown to him, and Illness is just holding this tight angle. Justin does at least see a better weapon on the other side of this ruse. They should be able to pick it up. They're going to go and get it prioritized over to Darling, so killing power is back online. That's a lot of bullets, but they at least keep up.
Range is back up there, not quite dead yet. It will find its response, but it comes at the cost of Justin there. Spike Holder, notably, nade up for the skies, down and above. Doesn't quite find its damage necessary, and it's actually, no, it does. Just barely trickles out and away. Takes us back to a 2-for-2 here. Bomb Buddy down below. That's going to give away Rock Dude, and with the peek on the other side, I mean, perfect setups from Bronny James here.
Ooh, but Thigby on their deadlock. They're gonna be from behind, not expecting them, and yet Bronny James will save their life deep in this corner, recognizing that something didn't smell right, and it was in the way of a Norwegian in heaven. So they find him out, the first 6. There's a lot of ultimates that are coming up. D-Block Steppas. Wow, okay. Big Steppas, this has to be tended to. They have taken timeouts before. If there was a time to talk, it's gotta be now.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we've seen this roster at least put themselves together in these situations, time in, time out. But in the end, it is just going to be, well, more play ahead here. Now, pretty much almost every resource available on the board, full buys across. This is the round. I'm telling you right now, if this is not the round that they build their momentum off of into, it's D-Block Steppas.
Big Steppas. They haven't gone to B. Sentry will die almost immediately, and that's a very telling sign. Oh, a lot of damage into 1, but Boosted finds Thigby through it all. Thigby falls. That is not the player you want gone, and you were saying that this round is going to be so important. Well, it is quickly becoming a melee in the wrong direction for Big Steppas.
Penta and Rock Dude, at least with 2 here off of the rotate. It is, though, recovered off of the spike on Choke here. Illness with a bit of a blind. Rock Dude's praying for the setup on the other side. Chooses incorrect here. 7-0 up. Big issues ahead. 2 more rounds, and we're matching where D-Block Steppas entered in game 1 when Step was with 3, but it hasn't even been a single round picked up. I like this timeout. This is what we were asking for before coming into this one, and it'll give us a time to maybe dissect what lays out in head.
Yeah, this is a reactive moment, but though, because if you were to take it prior, it felt like, okay, we know that this is going to be our rifle round. We need to execute onto this. Let's plan it out. This is definitely a like, whoa, something's wrong. And I like that they are taking it, because that emotional kind of like knee-jerk reaction, you and I had that several rounds ago, and it feels like Big Steppas maybe a single step late, but just enough time to maybe kind of reconvene. They have to find some value, even though this is going to be an eco, at least limit the damage and at least the economic impact for later of what they're going to be doing into this next round.
Even if it's not an economic discussion, just simply a discussion regarding of what kind of mental we need to go into in an 8-0 situation into turning that potentially into 8-4, 9-3, something that leaves them feeling confident on the next switch up. Because I can't imagine when we see this shift, when you have that Raze, that Clove, and that Reyna on the attacking side, that you come out the better team.
And especially when you got the Showstopper, the Hunter's Fury, and Lockdown. So globally effective for D-Block Steppas. You got Annihilation if you can finally get to it. You're going to have the Eco Ultimate online. Darling needs to hit like they've never hit before, and they've got him caught. So boosted, gone, hoping to get their weapon. They run out of knives as Bronny James will catch him with an Odin, but that's a lot of space taken, especially when they invested the Hunter's Ultimate. So now the Annihilation going out, they are going to be able to get one in the Cocoon.
All right, that's Bronny James there. Moving in the other side, though, Illness with cover does keep this one maybe a bit more safe. Bronny, in the end, does go down nonetheless. 3 for 3 with Spike planted. Finally, a move into position that we've been waiting for. Hunter's Fury still live, and that's a bad thing to deal with, especially if you're playing backside.
Expecting this corner, nice swing. They know to check that off angle. You're going to have the recon dart go all up. And now they've isolated one. They're shooting between them. They already got the clear. So now this one's just for bonus and for free. Illness will be able to get the defuse. They fought on 2 separate fronts, and they were too powerful on both, Zephyr.
Honestly, I think it was one of the best rounds yet we've seen from Big Steppas, but it does come at the cost of a lot invested here. And in comparison, especially when we look towards D-Block Steppers, you've got that Killjoy sitting on that lockdown going into your final 4 rounds. That's a practical guarantee here. If you don't win this big buy for the likes of Big Steppas, I mean, you don't need to drop it going to the next one. You guarantee another sip on the eco, and we're potentially looking at 10-0, 10-2,
keep up,
11-1.
You got to find 4, and you got to find a gut check. This is just simply a dig deep moment for both these squads. D-Block has Big Steppas on the ropes even before the second half. And Big Steppas, they've lost all the wind in their sails to keep that momentum from finding that overtime dub in map number 1. Illness and the gang have really been just finding massive value no matter what kind of 1v1s they get. Oh, but Darling right under the chin sends them with an uppercut.
It's that kind of confidence, that kind of security that is the difference maker for Big Steppas. Illness stepping up is not the major folk that you want to see removed here. Notably, with the full rotation back over towards B-side, little bit of coverage. Big Steppas, you've got Darling playing for mid here, always good.
Bronny James with an Odin. I never thought I'd see the day past 2021 with a Raze and a ginormous mounted LMG, but Big Steppas, they still got to make this play, and they still got to execute to it. No mid space has been taken by D-Block, and so they can't tell where the exact rotation is, so they're anchoring to every single lane. Justin knows that they got to be able to make this call. 30 seconds. They're running out of time.
Yeah, this is tough there. Smoking out the other side. Bronny James just waiting already. Gonna get blinded out there, and that will lead to Darling picking up that next wipe there. 18 on the board. Need to see that move quickly get into play. Already setting up for Spike. Will get this plant off of reset left here for a 5 versus 3 situation. You could not ask for a better setup.
Lockdown available if they plant it towards this right side corner, and it feels like they might. They actually get caught on the initial sonic sensor. See if they can get any kind of pick to pivot with. Ives is going to get rid of Thigby after they clear out boosted, so no extra ultimate to work with, and they steal out the Odin. Darling gets a third, and Big Steppas, much like my co-caster, with a sigh of relief, able to get their first on the board. First of many that they need.
Still, though, this is big changes, but still not enough to really set D-Block Steppas back here in a situation where off of this next round, Bronny James is even setting up for an operator, right? You've let them go for so long that you need to drop another 2 rounds here in the face of their full strength. No ultimates really in major discussion outside of maybe range on potentially picking up that last not dead yet. Other than that, I mean, we're working with a lockdown and a neural theft.
Gonna try and cover that cubby position. An immediate shock dart is gonna cause a lot of damage actually onto the spread. And Ives is gonna kind of reposition, doing it again, but no, with a recon dart. So this is gonna all be about timing. They see him in the corner. All right, so as the ruse goes up, Illness gets rid of Rock Dude. There's their smoke that you have to aim with, but they still have the spike to reconnect. Illness owns mid, and you have everyone separated from Big Steppas.
Literally, it's so silly because on the other side of things, Thigby is off on A. Right? So now you've got this choke with Darling with 2, Thigby with another off the boosted rotate. Suddenly, against all odds, we've changed it completely.
You had Thigby on A to see if they can catch anyone with a sonic sensor stun if they came out to go and get that ult orb. And then it looked like a losing battle here on B. Suddenly, that's not the case. Thigby can catch this. Bronny James has that op in mid, and that's such a tough weapon to have to retake with.
Oh no, Bronny James does not know. I can't believe I just saw him whip out his knife. Hopefully it's going to be the gunplay here in a second. Over towards the edge, catches him out. Illness with Penta on the other side. Darling playing back COVID. You've got a perfect pinch scenario here, but Darling pulls it off nonetheless. 8-2. One more round, and I mean, like we've said many times over, it's equivalent to game 1.
It is. It feels like shades of it. There was some rounds that were found in the middle of that spree made by D-Block Steppas. But Big Steppas onto this attack now have to prove out that they can take out this defense at least maybe 3 or 4 in a row, another 9-3 possibly. But again, this round in particular, look at the buy. D-Block has enough maybe for a half buy into the next. They can assure a last round in this half. Otherwise, I mean, Big Steppas could really roll these last few rounds.
We'll see. It's still a very even placement here. That Annihilation, very curious to see if it works out into the favor of Big Steppas. Meanwhile, that Empress, always available, but I like that they're playing respectful here. You don't want to enable Illness any more than they already are.
Keeping it cool, calm, and keeping the cross. Empress popped here for Illness. Lockdown available. If they need to be able to retake or at least dissuade Big Steppas from launching onto site. Gotta make this read. They want to be able to take that recon dart. That's gonna not find them any information that they're up in heaven. So that scan is not gonna be profitable. In fact, you're just kind of stuck in the corner. That's gonna be a free kill. Annihilation chasing Illness. They will jump away.
Already there now, going to be that lockdown in play. Separates A in its entirety. Illness with another here, shot from behind, but remember, 2 seconds away. Lockdown doesn't quite find it before the shutdown in the end. 9-2 there. That'll keep it a bit healthy for the full buys, as this is the last chance here. This could be potentially the worst scenario we've ever seen Big Steppas walk into off of the half.
Yeah, they got only enough for about 4 rifles. You can buy up into something extra. Rock Dude doesn't even see the point. Maybe going into at least 1 extra. They're going to have actually a full rifle round. Operator with Bronny James. That pick is going to be out in mid. If they find Thigby, if he decides to peek, immediate advantage. Ooh, they see that and they run away. Instead, they send the blood sport of Darling with all the knives.
Other side, peek of the other end. Thigby still caught nonetheless here. Penta and crew though moving through mid very quickly. Caught barely, boosted, cut with a bit of the nade. Range. Nice peeks there, using that not dead yet. Already gonna be peeking this again.
Gonna go straight into the fray. Clove falls. Illness gets rid of Rock Dude, and then they do the same. Another 3K round for Illness. If there was ever a player to really just kind of recognize is that anchor, that true MVP status for this tournament, especially into this grand final, Illness is showcasing that in spades.
Showcasing it in spades, but needs to deliver in this round in particular here. It is a setup for success. Delivering for D-Block Steppers sets them up potentially for a 12-2 start to this second half here. One where they have so much confidence, so much potential for success here. And it's something that, I mean, when we were discussing coming off of that round 2, you need to leave yourself space to make mistakes. And for Big Steppers, I mean, they're just at the point where everything has to be perfect now. You have to win this, the next, and pretty much all of them more. And that's the reason why you see them all dropping 5 ghosts.
They've been in a similar situation before. Not exactly the same because it was 9-3. The scan will find everyone. Thigby will peek beyond the veil. Oh my goodness, now okay, now Bronny's stuck. Unless they end up breaking a wall. But they get to kind of keep that close wall contact.
Knife that one out real quick there. It's not always good. You invest a lot. Darling, as a result, with this big separation, does find a nice pick on mid from all the way back in spawn there. This is good leads for Big Steppers. Like I said, just it has to be perfect. Again and again and again. This is the start of that.
Cypher's really hurt, and so you keep at least your kit online. Rock Dude is going to hear footsteps, and they're going to probably lead with a leer if they can. Oh, some paint shells as well. They just knew he's there. What a read. So much electric damage into Rock Dude, and they can just spam through this if they want to. TPing out of it. They're right behind everyone. They land one shot. Good trade.
At least it's 3 for 3. Spike on its plant. Haven't contested. Darling in place. Barely dashed out before. At least picking up Bronny James. Delays for the 22 health. And Thigby looking low on the other side here. Only hope is you do have a very, very full penta.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice.
One very dead Russian, and eventually to fall is ranged. 3 for Darling. And you were saying if they did not get this pistol, that this could have just gone completely other side. Instead, Big Steppers do find their first. We have seen them at worse, but they're here.
Absolutely toe-curling gameplay. It's tough, man. These teams give me heart palpitations. Now, for big buys, it's still something that we've seen many times before. D-Block Steppers, they can come out on top with Thrifty more than enough here. I like the fact that we don't see super deep investment. You know, a Guardian, a couple Stinger, maybe that Spectre over there on the side there we saw there. The Bullpup, why not? I mean, this is something that sets them up, even if they lose this, for a very confident next round.
I feel like there was a weird communication happening for D-Block because they had their spike all the way separated from the main gang that's all on A, and then they kind of eventually travel together. So this one, I feel like, will go sideways. But we've seen Thrifties go right ways for D-Block already with that big Stinger kill. Justin and Darling finding their marks pretty easily. Crispy shots boosted, finishes them off as they had a lot of spam damage to them. And now Storm Grenade just to create separation, but now it's a 4v1.
Really, really nice. Very good, very aggressive. Much more of what we've needed to see out of this roster being on the tail end of Russia, but this is the true test.
Ooh.
I'm surprised they're going to leave this round probably Thrifty, other than that one grueling difference I see at the top of that scoreboard. Either way, it does leave me worried, because you're basically saying, I'm happy if this is a sacrificed round in a game where you really don't have a lot of rounds to sacrifice.
Darling on this read could be immediately putting D-Block in a massive disadvantage, considering that they are leaned up into B, but not from main. They're going to be into this marketplace position. I wonder if they allow them to be off angle, or if they're going to kind of sit them into boathouse. They throw out the metal to see if they can get an HP decay, and the Sova dart is going to keep at least Rock Dude over towards Pizza. But this spike is traveling. You have the mesh net to have to deal with, and now they need to see if they can move their way through mid.
Boosted with one, and the peek on the other side for Rock Dude leaves it picked apart here. Now understanding you've got complete openings towards B side. I mean, you're playing for some pretty aggressive safety. Darling at least finds the response off the operator. Gonna get picked apart though from behind, not respecting this other rotate.
Oh, that was a wall bang into illness.
Oh, you're so lucky.
All the way back in, finding Bronny James. Blazestorm comes out. This is what they're investing for. Darling has 3. Weapons available to be picked up. They can upgrade for it into the hands of their Cypher, and they're much healthier than what D-Block has. Only 30 HP can be gained off a Devour from this Reyna. They gotta check that left side angle. If no one clears it, this is dusted. Cloudburst goes out. They get it off of Illness. Justin goes down. The dismiss. Ives will get it as they ghost away.
Just so close there in the end. The pickup, the switch, no one drops or contains that operator, so it will be full buys going into our next major round. But I'll tell you what, bit of a shame there. Bronny James should not have been as close there. Bronny James disconnected.
Oh, that's been happening a lot this entire series.
Just non-stop. My man is in, out, in, out. He is playing on negative Wi-Fi.
You know what? That's still sometimes more Wi-Fi than other people get. So
that is true.
Actually, I've heard these days that college Wi-Fi is actually pretty great. Is that true? Thoughts?
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay. All right. It was terrible back in 2007. So. Yeah. Oh. D block. You're gonna try and press the initiative and press the attack. They get paranoid almost immediately. And Bronny James, they see about as much as they have with negative Wi-Fi.
All right, well, in the end, Justin off a nice, good heals there off the other end of that DK coming offline. Will be set up for good defense. Rock Dude, the same can be said here. Love this sign of life from Big Steppas off of a much better buy-in round. But like I said, you know, every sacrifice you make just means these next couple rounds have to be this perfect here. Set up on the other side, looking for a mid-push. It's just Thigby. Granted, Thigby's a pretty good solo putting into this situation. Never mind. I should never compliment people while they're playing.
I mean, you're not wrong, but they have been very different when it comes to being on Deadlock versus on Viper. Not the same kit. They didn't have any of their sonic sensors to kind of assist them and support them. And now Penta gonna actually use this owl drone. They're gonna catch their counter Sova using utility, and they basically identified everyone X-rayed through it. Elnis will drop. It's a 3v2, and D-Block Steppa's just gotta hold sight.
Ooh, shock dart there. Big damage. It's a perfect setup for the likes of the guys on the other side. Justin, though, with the double take on the peak, sets themselves up for another big dub. 3 still up on the board, and Bronny James has reconnected.
All right. Okay, he's back after hopping all the way in, getting paranoid, and then blasted back into the respawn counter. It's starting to feel very similar to what we saw on our second map. Just Haven had late-term resurgence by Big Steppas. Now, the biggest thing is that they're on their defensive half, and this is a very defensively, at least, minded map, only because everyone's measured everything that can ever happen execution-wise from attack. This is a neat setup out of Justin, by the way. This thing is fully crisscross applesauce.
We need a really confident round from Big Steppas now. We need a very decisive 4 pickup, or at least 5 in total, something close to flawless, because then you would feel very, very confident walking into a safe giveaway on some of these rounds. Darling with nice pick there, make it a 2, pulls away quickly just in case they're gonna get dashed out there, and what a waste the op setup.
I mean, if there was ever a chance to try and Thrifty, Ives and Illness would not be the 2 that you want to fall. Bronny James is going to aim for right clicks and hopes. They've completely left their spike behind because they know they really can't get too much with this eco situation that they have right now. And Big Steppas just need to limit the damage. Keep as many weapons as they can in hands. Sonic sensors are all doubled up onto B, but look at the super stack that's on A.
Woo-hoo! Set up there. 3v5. Just starting to barely peek this one out. You can see range making their way in off that clove, off the reset there. A is given away as a result. Tree being taken. Really nice setup for double blinds. Does delay. 30 seconds on the board. We're going to start seeing some forceful moves, and they've given themselves positionally with no damage. Rock Dude is taking nothing off of that information. That's so good for Big Steppas.
There they are.
A lot of extra damage. You're going to have some support. Oh, that's actually a massive find as well.
Wow.
Jumping straight into the pit of it. Thigby eventually gets that clear. They get 2 out from their overall eco. So now, D-Block 11-6 as Big Steppas hold the line just enough. And this one, again, like we had mentioned so many times before, about every 2 rounds into these actual buys, these rifle rounds become so potent, but I feel like Illness and Bronny got to come together, especially off of those 2 big ultimates they're hanging on to.
Yeah, these are the big moves, especially with range, with the not dead yet, and that lockdown a second away as well. The same can be said, though, for Thigby with that annihilation. I will say, this is the perfect setup. Yep, there you go. Empress already off of the board. This should be something D-Block Steppas could work with, especially with how much tools of utility they have. If they loot this, they don't have money. Wow,
right back into the pit of misery. Yeah, if you shoot the middle of that thing, it's gone. It's absolutely gone. And, well, Bronny James showing a bit too much boot as they try to boogie straight into The ruse. Now, Rock Dude, who's been holding the streak, gonna throw out that paranoia, is gonna be two very blinded folk right around that door situation. The plant will be coming to A, but look at this weird reverse lurk happening on B as well.
Big situations as Thigby will at least pick up Yives. Boosted with the clear on the other end. Keeps this in a numbers advantage underneath. They'll give that away to the Rock Dude. Continues to deliver, and I honestly think even with the not dead yet, kind of wasted there. I mean, Boosted's too far gone, too far late. You've got to give that one away, and this is a big loss for D-Block Steppers. They do not have a lot of trade regarding their money. Thankfully, you get to hang on a little bit, right? I mean, Boosted walks away with at least one pickup there, but I mean, look at the rest of this. I mean, it's going to be very thrifty for this round and should be defensively a nice situation for Big Steppers. Should.
I could see them investing into a lockdown placement and then chasing them out. It's like they're listening to me. And then investing into chasing with the showstopper. I feel if you actually want to do any major investment, you can find value off of that. But that's also mega investment into a round you have $0 in.
It's not the best situation, but as we were alluding to, options ahead here. Big Steppers, though, like I've said, they have so much as well. Turret down. Not a bad situation. Still looking, putting out through the smoke there. Gonna blast this one ahead.
Oh, over the top rope. They didn't expect him. Penta and Darling will eventually clear the two duelists. And now Penta just with that Odin holding on to as many of the 100 mag that they can. And now this one falls at the door. All right. Good to not invest, but the idea will be there for next time. Boosted just, again, aiming for some extra damage so they can get some extra coins in the pocket.
I like that, though. Boosted playing this safe. Thigby on the other side, though. Yeah, that nice split there means this is probably the best round we have seen from Big Steppers. Now 8 up. The investment back online for D-Block, and like you said, that plan also there as well. What's terrifying, though, is now you've got a wealth of money to expend here for Big Steppers. You're not as down and out even if you lose it, like the fact that we're taking a timeout here with at least some money on the board. Craziest thing is almost all ultimates are aligned for Big Steppers, though. This is absurd.
My gosh. Yeah, they've the 1 point per the others for the Blade Storm, which is really just kind of for eco or maybe some chase down precision, and then your Hunter's Fury. So, all right, so let's hash it out, Zephyr. We've got the lockdown and showstopper. You could actually dual invest that if you really want to. Super slow down Big Steppers on this one. You could, because if you use the lockdown close proximity, then you can use the showstopper if you fully want to clear onto that topside corner of heaven. But I mean, if again this becomes another consecutive loss for D-Block, Big Steppers ends up in a potential to get to 10 on the other side.
Yeah, it's a very rough situation here now, because ultimately, if you are losing this out off of the eco, I mean, time's ticking regarding the separation here. You're catching up 9 to 11, 10 to follow suit off of that one. If they pick up even just the additional single round there, it's very likely we're seeing overtime.
I think that clock's behind or ahead. I'm not sure.
It's always right one time a day.
Unless it's right based on Italy time, and I don't know what time it is in Italy, so maybe that's actually right. That would be a very quirky detail. Oh, well, there goes Showstopper. Oh, okay. It is right based on Italy time. Shout out, Riot. You guys are awesome.
Well, another peek there into the face of an operator is not how you want to be starting off such a crucial round for D-Block Steppers. The pressure's on. You're down to just the lockdown, and I don't even feel like you want to use it now, given the fact that you are so limited and there's so much success on the side of Big Steppers. And for them, I mean, they have every other opportunity, every other available tool to be utilized here, which is just, I mean, it's just crazy.
You have illness deep into pizza, which allows some of this transitional space. Oh, but Darling was just miles ahead of reading the situation, and they're able to dodge out the recon dart. If you are D-Block, I start thinking for the save. 2v5, you've not been able to find any traction nor space. You can, if you see one more fall, I mean, I wouldn't even like test it.
Just draw it back here, because remember, losing into this next one, you don't have money to spend. You're basically guaranteeing what now becomes a 10v11 situation. I mean, at least walk into this next round with the potential to draw something out. You could switch up that Vandal, switch up that power position, still have things like that lockdown showstopper for good response. Doesn't change the fact, though, that Big Steppers 2 rounds in a row have not been forced to utilize practically anything. We're sitting on Darling, who has finally shown up.
30 and 14.
Wow.
You know what? That's you got a Jet with that many kills on Ascent with an operator, and you would think that they are just dominating the lobby. It has been a matter of playing catch up from a position unyielding as they are wielding the boomstick. And again, another solid read. You have some of the kit on one side. This is where the double sentinel really comes into play. Darling could be able to find an opening pick. Tailwind online, and already goodbye Brawny.
Just silly, and Penta with that Odin on the other side is a highlight of what we get out of Ascent, but heyo! Boosted with a single tap of the Guardian. You kind of reveal yourself if you spray for that long. In the end, though, I mean, still, so many tools available here, and more importantly, the pressure of Darling will space across this map in moments to go here. Thigby, though, always in a situation, but not one that Peekers are able to take advantage of. Nice lockdown. There we go. Doesn't cover back of height, though.
Yeah, this allows it actually for some flex space. The paranoia coming through. Rock Dude needs to immediately flank off of this. If they can, they're going to be just beyond the reach of the snow globe. They're going to TP to safety. That's a very smart move considering they don't want to go up their life. 3v3 as the plant will come through, and now they have to hold on tight if they want to stop this rapid succession of rounds.
Really, really big deal here. Justin looking for what kind of footed space down below. Has to hover it lightly. Gonna give away some positioning with that arrow. This could be a nice setup for Darling. Needs to hit these knives.
Definitely does. Eyes, though, finds Justin. Oh, they right-click and they're able to turn into a 1v1 off the spray. Enough time. They're gonna get there with quick feet, and quickness is the game. Big Steppers with only Darling surviving. They're gonna have plenty of creds for later. They encroach and crest above double digits, and now Zephyr, they're one off from the full comeback. 6 rounds in a row, 8 of the 9 in this second half.
There you go. There's that big buy from D Block Steppers. Half to come out on top of this one, walking away into an 11th plus 12th situation. You do not want to be forced to make big exchanges off of that. Now, Showstopper still up. That lockdown, so crucial, but not quite in its best placement. Felt a little too rushed after the take on Thigby. Had definitely some more setup available there. Instead, Hunter's Fury could always be utilized. I'm going to give themselves away like hell over here on A.
That was flashing lights and more. They get the scan. Hunter's Fury is coming out. All right, see what they can get out of that as they quickly just take over site. But I say take over, but it's not in control. Illness is trying to get anyone who wants to drive into the crosshairs. And look at the kill feed. Boosted in range coming up massive, a 3K for them. And anyone that tries to take on Justin has to do so in the garden. But the seed of doubt has been planted. Yeah, you got 10. But D-Block Steppers have always been a step from match point.
Need to close this gap. Need to close this gap. And with the pressure on line here, the timeout is active. Justin calls for a moment of clarity. This roster now with a lot of tools utilized off of these last 2 rounds of coverage. We talk about just a single Hunter's Fury, just a single narrow threat. That Showstopper still big in its clearing prowess, not have been utilized here in a round that is, I mean, 1 away. Match point.
That Showstopper has been with Bronny James for every single time that they have been first blooded. So need to make sure that they stay alive, because I feel like that's going to be a really a big turning point, or like just an ability for D-Block Steppers to either finish the job or pivot towards success to open up a site. Big Steppers, they do have that Hunter's Fury. And you could either use that as an opening salvo, deny default, or just find a way to kind of employ it. I think it gets used in this round to just cause mass mayhem and damage, split up D block. And if they can make this B read, I mean, it could be huge.
All right, well, big buys across the board here. A place of stability for both rosters now. Something that D-Block Step has absolutely needed. Not a lot of Ultimates Online range. One tick away there from that not dead yet. Something we didn't get to see, and that could be huge given how absolutely crucial range was off of that last setup. Little bolt break.
Potential final round for the entire tournament here for the VESL Valorant Yearly Cup. Oh, straight into the body of a German as boosted will fall. And so, not going to have any of their extra util for anti-lurk. Penta giving themselves away, fully metal, down to 1 HP. Seeing what they can do. They didn't even get to use their ultimate yet. They're trying to just put this one into Swiss cheese. Oh, Showstopper comes out. They're already dead. Penta getting found, as well as just an illness coming up live and large.
3 for 4 situations here. Penta unable to really take advantage of what could have been good Hunter's Fury on the other side if they had just been separated. Instead, it's up to single tap clicks. Big operators in play here.
A very hurt player all the way back. I believe that is their Clove. Bronny James staying alive for the first time in what feels like forever. And there it is, off of the wall bang. Rock Dude needs to step through and into the util. They're right next to it all, but they're going to be gift wrapped into an L. 13-10. D-Block Steppers from out of Ardrekel will take your Valorant VESL Yearly Cup. First place. Tons of coins, tons of glory. And Zephyr, I mean, this is a team that really was able to bring it back from the breach.
It almost felt like it was dire straits. We were getting deja vu off of that initial game one there, and credit where it's due. Big Steppas, I mean, if they could just clean up a lot of the bleeding we saw out of them, could be absolutely critical in potential future games. They are going to walk away with at least 20,000 per player, 100,000 total in the silver, and now notably 150 gold to go alongside it. So no small penny there, and definitely more importantly, an experience, a lesson learned, a future here in VESL for them to potentially earn that second place or above positioning in our Valorant competitions.
Definitely true. And as well as each of our students get to carry away with points that go into the Yearly Cup. So they'll be carrying that for themselves and into each of their schools' programs to try and take on all other titles and see what they can do going into later competitions. But you know what? Shout out to all of our top 4. It was a very fun overall championship Sunday for this first iteration of the VESL Yearly Cup. And of course, with a couple more events on the way, we've already seen an awesome wave and return of talent that were already making themselves known in the state championships. And I'm glad to see 2 of our top 3 teams show back up today. Zephyr, final thoughts before we close out here and, seeing all this awesome talent?
No, I think it's fantastic, and I'd love if we got the chance to see some more Valorant here, maybe even on a weekly schedule, just given the fact that so many of these teams have already improved so much just over the course of these last 2 days, and honestly, with a longer potential opportunity, might have been able to eke it out one way or another. Like you said, a huge shout out to some of the other major competitors, Team Goats and Sentries especially, that we got to check out earlier today. They gave us quite a show.
Heck yeah, they did. And of course, thank you so much to our production of Waifu, Ash, and Reed. They were able to do all the awesome observing and directing and production just to be able to put our wonderful faces in your faces. And of course, all of you that got to join us today and yesterday, and everyone that got to compete, thank you so much. There's more around the corner to give you those final dates. Fall Guys will be coming at you live and loud November 8th through 10th, and Brawlhalla with at least this guy will be coming at you November 15th and 17th. November only gets louder, and of course, we only get prouder of you guys getting to come out and compete. But for tonight, I'm Hail Monkey Man. That is Zephyr. You have been just absolutely fantastic. We will see you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track.
3, 2, 1, launch!
Oh man, the racing. Let's go.
It's amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming PC.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with on the field.
No.
Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the foul falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over.
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200.
This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle.